All right, here we go. A 2 o'clock set time, tea time for me and you hanging out together on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there. The Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. I'm your host, Mike Gill. We've got a busy day today. Phillies lose last night. Fastball today at 3 o'clock. We'll break down what happened in the game. Andrew Painter last night gets the start. They pull him after 5 innings and 62 pitches. I'd like to hear everybody's thoughts on that. We'll talk to Oscar and Jeff about it in today's Fastball segment. Also, Danny Briere spoke this morning, and we will give you the highlights of that. Kevin Durso tonight at 5:30. We'll get his take on some of the things that Danny B had to say about the future of the Flyers. We've got the Josh Harris, Bob Myers press conference coming up at 4 o'clock-ish today, and very intrigued by what those guys are going to say. We've got mock Joel Embiid trades that Bill Simmons from the Bill Simmons podcast, they were discussing this on his most recent podcast. They threw out like 4 mock Embiid trades, and then I really didn't get a chance to like take them all in. It was kind of like a mailbag segment, and a listener or a viewer of the podcast sent the trades, the question to Simmons, and then he came up with 4 that he thought made sense. And then it was him and Kirk Goldsberry, who worked in the Spurs front office, along with David Jacoby, and they kind of broke down the trades. And I kind of heard them. It was kind of like on in passing today. But Josh cut them up. We've got that audio. So I want to hear these Embiid trades and just to kind of get a feel of what people that cover the NBA and worked in the NBA. Kirk Goldsberry worked with the Spurs. I mean, it's one of the great organizations in basketball. When he hears these trade possibilities for Joel Embiid, what does he think? And I'm very intrigued by the reaction to that. And then we've got the Eagles schedule leaking out today, and we are about halfway through the schedule. Now, yesterday I said I thought they would have like 7 primetime / standalone games. And we are trending in that direction already. So what we do know is this, and here we go. So far, what we have is the Eagles will play week 1 at home against the Washington Commanders.
That is a 4:25 is what's being reported.
Okay, so week 1, home against the Commanders. So you have an NFC East week 1 matchup. Week 2, we have nothing. Week 3, at Chicago, Monday Night Football.
Right, so that's your first major primetime slot.
Week 4, nothing. Week 5, in London against the Jaguars.
Correct. 9:30 in the morning, which is why we speculate week 6 will be the bye week.
We think week 6 will be a bye. Week 7, Monday Night Football, Dallas Cowboys. That game will be in Philadelphia. A
Correct.
Monday night Eagles-Cowboys Week 7 game.
And I'm sure Jason Kelce will have a blast.
Week 8, Sunday Night Football at Washington against the Commanders.
So what's interesting, when I ask you, how surprised are you to see this many NFC East games before we even get to November?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the last couple of years, some of these NFC East games have been backloaded. Like
Correct.
last year, they played the Giants and then had somebody else, and then the Giants again, or something to that effect. They usually will play.
Yeah, they played Giants and Washington basically basically 4 of the last 6 games, I think it was.
And then normally Week 18 is always against a division team, which it is again this year. We'll get to that.
They'll be done with Washington after Week 8.
Yeah, so no Washington after the halfway point of the season. So where is that other Giant game? There's 2 Giants games. One is in Week 18. What is the other one?
Week 9.
All right, so you have Dallas, Washington, and the Giants back to back to back.
Right.
So you have 3 straight division games again. Now, is that first one in Philly or New York?
The first one's in New York, according to the report that I saw.
Okay, so it's home against Dallas on Monday night, at Washington on Sunday night, and then at New York. So you have NFC East, NFC East, NFC East coming out of your bye.
Crazy.
Week 10, I have nothing.
Say the week 11. I don't know that either.
I have nothing for week 11. Week 12, which is Thanksgiving, at Dallas.
Which I'm very interested to see because, typically when the Eagles don't have a Sunday game, one of the conversations that we like to have is, what are you going to do?
It's a little different, though. This is Thanksgiving.
No, but what I'm saying is when you're in 99 bottles this year.
We're going to be getting ready for the Eagles game.
Right.
I never thought of that. You get a little extra party for that one.
Hey, now.
Whoever gets 99 bottles this year also gets an Eagles pregame show. Week 13, I have nothing.
Same. Also
14, nothing. Week 15, this is a standalone game. The Eagles will play the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks on a Saturday all by themselves. I believe this is a standalone Saturday game. I don't know that it's a doubleheader. I think it's a one game on Saturday.
Yeah, so the last thing I saw was this is a standalone game, Eagles hosting the Seahawks
Hate
at
it, by the way.
5 p.m. on Fox.
I hate the Saturday NFL game. I just
I know.
do not like. Now, Evil Empire's watching on YouTube. He says, I hate the friggin' overseas games. I have no problem with the overseas games. I like the London games and the whatever games. I don't have a problem with them. I like 9:30 in the morning football. I don't like a Saturday game. I want my Saturday to be free. I want my Saturday to be able to enjoy, to do what I want to do. I don't want to be like, oh, there's a game on at 5. Like, for me, I don't like a Saturday NFL game. And that is week 15, so that is the week before Christmas. So that is going to be the 19th. So I think you're still like in college football mode still there.
College football playoffs.
Yeah, so I don't need that game. NFL, I don't need the Seattle-Philadelphia game on the Saturday. Okay.
Speaking of Christmas.
Play it at 9:30 in the morning on Sunday. Just play it. It's in Philly. Get the Philly fans up, do kegs and eggs, and have a game at 9:30. The stadium will be filled. Speaking of Christmas, ho, 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 everybody. The Eagles will play on Christmas Eve against the Texans.
You've been asking for a Christmas Eve game for as long as I've known you.
Listen, I have just asked for Christmas Eve sports. It doesn't have to be an Eagles game.
You've been asking for something on
Yes.
Christmas Eve.
I've asked for Christmas Eve, like the NBA, own Christmas Eve. Get off of Christmas, own Christmas Eve. I said, I just need a professional sports event, something other than the Hawaii Bowl.
Right.
The Hawaii Bowl is traditionally on Christmas Eve, correct?
Yes.
I don't ever watch the Hawaii Bowl.
Yeah, only dorks like me do.
The only thing, it's like you're at your sister's house or your whatever's house, your uncle's house, your aunt's house, and everybody's eating, and now it's like we're all standing around. We've talked each other's ears off, and the game is there's nothing on TV. It's like put an NBA game on, nothing. Put a hockey game on, nothing. How about an NFL game? Nothing. You got the Hawaii Bowl, and it's like you're sitting there, and no one's really paying attention to like Hawaii playing,
Nevada or
whatever. Now you've got Eagles-Texans Christmas Eve. I mean, I didn't need an Eagles game on Christmas Eve, but I'll take it.
Right, you'll take it.
Because I always find that the holiday NFL, like once Thanksgiving comes, the NFL kind of gets like, okay, it's like ADD starts to happen. And it's like, I'm trying to focus up. I'm trying to get back into my routine, but these holidays are getting in my way, and I got to do it. Like, so I'm okay with the Eagles Christmas Eve. I'm okay with that. Now, the Eagles have played on Christmas Eve in the past. They played in 2022, 2020. That's just because Christmas Eve, fell on a certain day.
Right, fell on a Saturday or a Sunday or a Monday.
Yeah, this is being...
Like the year that they played, what was it, the Raiders?
This is a Thursday night, by the way.
It's a Thursday. There was a year that 2017 they played the Raiders on either, I think it was Christmas Day, but it fell on like a Sunday. That's why.
Right. So this Christmas Eve game happens to be on a Thursday for Thursday Night Football, so it's going to be on Amazon Prime.
Yes.
So that's a good Christmas present for somebody this year. Hey, guess what I got you? Amazon Prime. I'm going to come over to your house and watch the game. I'll pay for the month.
I got you.
Week 17, I have nothing.
Week 18.
Week 18, we have the at New York versus home against the Giants.
Yeah, the infamous final game of the year that probably won't mean much of anything.
Yeah, Tanner McKee will get to start against the Giants again.
If he's still here.
If he's still here, yeah. Or it'll be the not Sam Howell, Andy Dalton lone start of the season. Hopefully anyway, right? We don't want to see too much Andy Dalton this year. So there's what we have so far. We'll be updating it throughout. Now, as this show goes on, I'm sure I would predict by the end of the day that this schedule will be fully released. That's just my intuition. I think that last year, by the time we got off the air, because the schedule, I just got week 17. The Eagles will play. Woo, there's a big one. You ready? You got it? You ready?
I'm looking for it while you're telling me.
I got it. The Eagles will play week 17, Sunday Night Football, San Francisco 49ers.
Wow.
So that's
another.
So yesterday I said 7 standalone games. How many is that now?
Hold on.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them right now. You got 8 standalone games right now.
Right, not primetime, standalone
Right.
games.
Monday night against the Bears. Week 5 in London. That's a standalone game. It's the only game on by itself.
Correct.
Week 7, Monday Night Football. Week 8, Sunday Night Football. Week 12, Thanksgiving. Week 15, Saturday. Week 16, Christmas Eve. And Week 17 against San Francisco on Sunday night. That is 8 games right now that are not on a Sunday at 1 o'clock or 4 o'clock. How you feel about that? So this is like what I was talking about yesterday. I said they would have the maximum of whatever they can do. Anytime they can get the Eagles to be on in a standalone situation, they are going to do it. By the way, Sal Palantonio tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. We'll do our annual breakdown of the schedule. So think about this. Week 1 at home against the Commanders. Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, they're both healthy. They're both there, ready to go. That's going to be a great game. That's going to be a lot of fun to kick off the season. And remember what happened. 2017, the Eagles opened up the season, I believe. It was against the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, that was the game that Nelson Aguilar went off.
That was the kickoff of that season, and that was the game they played I'm almost positive they played Washington.
They played Washington because that was the game that Wentz broke away from almost getting taken down, had the Houdini act, threw it deep to Aguilar for the touchdown.
And that one kind of like
basically sparked the season.
The game was at Washington, though.
Yes.
They won that game. Wentz had 300 yards. Big the throw, as you mentioned, to Aguilar. And that was kind of the kickoff of the season. And they ended up losing the next week to Kansas City.
In Kansas City.
Correct. And then they played the Giants. That was the field goal.
Jake Elliott.
And that kind of like springboarded that whole season. So we'll keep an eye on.
Could we get a springboard week 1?
Week 1. Yeah, well, could it be Malachi Lemon? Because Aguilar was the slot guy.
Or is it Devontae Smith in the slot?
You're ruining the story. It's the slot guy. It's Lemon, the slot guy Aguilar.
He was
the
like
one.
Smith in the slot.
No, he's not really a slot guy. It's not that I don't like him there.
He's whatever he needed to be guy.
But obviously they didn't like him in the slot. They got somebody else to play the slot so that Smith can really excel what they want him to excel at. So we'll keep looking as the games have kind of see, I'm not a big fan of the slow releases like this. Just hold it off. Just give it to me all at the one time. Who keeps leaking these out one by one? And if you're going to leak them out one by one, why don't you just give them the whole damn thing?
Yeah.
Like, who's like calling these guys like, hey, I got a game for you. Tweet it out. Here it is.
Yeah, how does that conversation
Week 17.
go?
The Eagles are going to be playing the 49ers on Sunday Night Football. Don't tell anybody that I told you.
Like, how does that conversation go? Yo, I got information for you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who is the one?
Is this a phone call? Is this a
Probably
text
a text
message?
You didn't hear from me, but And it's like, you're only giving me one game at a
At a
time. Like
time?
every 2 hours you're releasing one. By the way, here's your Christmas schedule. The Christmas schedule's out. Here we go.
Okay.
Christmas Eve, Houston, Philadelphia.
Right.
Christmas Day. Now, I want you to rank the Christmas schedule versus the Thanksgiving schedule.
Okay.
Okay?
Let me pull up the Thanksgiving schedule.
I got them for you. Here. I'm here for you. I'm producing this show today. All right. I've got Christmas Eve, Texans, Eagles, okay, against Thanksgiving Eve, Green Bay Rams. Green Bay Rams is a better game than Texans are a good team, though.
I think Green Bay Rams is going to be more consequential.
All right, the first game on Thanksgiving versus the first game on Christmas. Bears, Lions on Thanksgiving. Christmas, it's Packers, Bears. So you got the Bears in both. Do you like Bears, Lions, or Bears, Packers?
I mean, it's half a dozen, one or the other. If I had to go one, I'm going to go. That's really tough.
These are good games. By the way, all these games are really good.
There's not a bad answer here. I'll just go Lions, Bears. I think at that point, I think that game will still have more relevance. I think the Packers, Bears will have less relevance by the time that game comes around.
Game 2, Eagles, Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
Right.
Game 2 on Christmas is Buffalo, Denver.
I'm going to go Eagles, Cowboys because I think the winner of the Eagles, Cowboys game the Thanksgiving could win the division.
And Buffalo, Denver could be playing for the 1 seed.
They could, but I don't know. I got a feeling that either Denver or Buffalo take a step back this year.
The nightcaps on Thanksgiving. Chiefs, Bills.
Huge game.
Rams, Seahawks. That's Christmas night.
I'm going to go Rams, Seahawks. So that could define their division.
Yeah, now they have a Black Friday game. There is no day after Christmas. I think the day after Christmas this year is a Saturday. So that would be
the 26th of the Saturday.
I would imagine there will be a game on the 26th, probably a doubleheader on a Saturday. They haven't announced those two yet.
Yeah, but the Black Friday game this year is Broncos Steelers.
Now those are heavy hitters.
Bangers.
Woo! I love it. This is some good stuff. Now, Eagles at home on Christmas Eve. I'm in. I love it. Now it's a home game though.
It is.
Do people go to that game? I mean,
That's
I'm
a
sure
good
it's going to be sold out, but are you like I'm in?
Well, for
or
example,
are you like, oh my God, I got the family here. We do dinner.
Well, that's why I'm wondering, like, how many people are season ticket holders? Text in, let us know, 609-403-0973.
You want those tickets.
Like, do you want those tickets, or are you the person who says, I got family plans, that's the first tickets, I'm pulling it off?
Now, fine, the Friday 5.
Yeah.
Week 1 is out. The whole week 1.
All week 1.
You know, just going to read them off. Wednesday night, Patriots, Seahawks. That's the kickoff of the season.
The rematch.
Wednesday night, Patriots, Seahawks, the rematch.
Opening night, that's wild.
Thursday night, Rams, 49ers from Australia. Sunday, 1 o'clock, Bears, Panthers, Bucks, Bengals, Ravens, Colts, Bills, Texans, Saints, Lions, Jets, Titans, Browns, Jags, Falcons, Steelers. Not a great early slate. The Bills, Texans stands out, obviously.
Bears,
there.
Panthers is interesting because you got the two guys who were former first overall.
Both playoff teams, by the way, last year.
Both playoff teams as well.
Late Sunday, Commanders, Eagles,
Yep.
Packers, Vikings, Cardinals, Chargers, Dolphins, Raiders.
There's one definite stinker.
Well, Dolphins, Raiders, terrible. Cardinals, Chargers, not
nah.
great. Sunday Night Football, Cowboys, Giants.
Standard.
Monday Night Football, Broncos, Chiefs. That's your week 1 full slate.
So Friday 5. Friday 5 that.
Yeah, I got a back time 18 weeks from now to see how many weeks between now and I got to do the back timing of that to see when I got to start our Friday 5s. So 18 weeks from tomorrow would be when. And then that's when we would start doing our off-season Friday 5. And then
16 weeks. We are 16 weeks out.
We're 16 weeks out? So tomorrow I got to do a
September
Friday
1st.
5?
Yes.
No, September
Today's
9th is the opener.
Right. Well, okay. September 9th.
Yeah.
It's 16 weeks and 3 days between now and Labor Day.
Yeah, so I need to know.
So it's actually 17
how many weeks until, right. The last Friday that I could do the Friday would be
we better do Friday
4th,
5
September
tomorrow.
4th.
So tomorrow's the first Friday 5.
Yeah, tomorrow's first Friday 5. Got to do it.
Well, I'm going to give you my
the
Friday.
off-season Friday 5.
Well, I'm going to give you my Friday 5 based off of this schedule I'm looking at here. Okay? I got to go Bucks-Bengals. In part because...
Hold on, I got to write this into tomorrow's rundown so I don't forget.
Put it in the rundown, yes.
I have a rundown sheet that's like fluid. And
life is fluid.
It's I have different rundowns for every day of the week, so I got to make sure that I
make notes
on it that I'm going to do a Friday 5. I just got to figure out what time is going to be the off-season Friday 5. I love ranking my favorite games. It's like, what am I look at these schedules, I'm like,
well, also because it can change so much.
Oh, it does. And then what we do is, for the people who don't know, I do the Friday 5 in the off season. So like week 1, I'll do the first week. Then next week I'll do week 2. Then the following week I'll do week 3. Then when I do the Friday 5 in the actual week, we'll go back and look at what games I thought were going to be good on May 14th, which games I thought were going to be the ones.
I think this Friday first week, you gotta have to have Bucks Bengals on that list.
Bucks Bengals?
Yeah. You're gonna have to have Bucks Bengals. You're gonna have to have Packers Vikings. Are we including the Wednesday and Thursday night games? We can't because it's Friday.
No,
5.
I don't usually include the Wednesday or the Thursday night. There's not usually a Wednesday night game.
Right,
So I don't usually include the Thursday night game because it doesn't happen.
I mean, you could go with Bills Texans. It's a rematch of a playoff game from last year. Some of these games, it really depends on how you feel about them. Like, do you really?
That's how the Friday 5 works.
Like, do
you feel about certain games? And then you say, I'm going to put that in my Friday 5 because I feel like I like that game. Or that game's going to mean something.
Because, for example, the Falcons-Steelers could be very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be. I mean, the Falcons are going to have Tua this year.
Kevin Stefanski. You get the new Steelers head coach, Mike McCarthy. Aaron Rodgers is back, kind of-ish.
Yeah. I got a bunch of text messages. Let me fire off some text to the White Horse RV text board. You keep thinking about your games over there. Shaner and Kate May says, love the overseas games. My wife and I honeymooned in London and Ireland and got a wedding gift of Eagles-Jags in 2017. 2017, I don't know how many people out there remember. We did a Kegs and Eggs show at the Ducktown in Atlantic City.
I remember.
And that place, it was like the Sunday after Halloween or like Halloween weekend. And people must have been out all night long, still dressed in Halloween costumes.
I remember.
We got there at 6 o'clock in the morning and did a Kegs and Eggs Eagles pregame show, which, by the way, I am already announcing that for Eagles-Jaguars, I vow that we will be doing a Kegs and Eggs show again this year.
You will find a location.
We will have a location. And if you are a location that wants to have us there for Jaguars, Eagles, you let me know because we want to do a Kegs and Eggs Eagles show this season again. 609-403-0973. Hit me up, and I'll get my people will talk to your people, and we will do a Eagles London Kegs and Eggs show, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Now, we did it at the Ducktown in 2017, and for the people who were at that show will live in infamy. It was flipping mobbed in that place at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Do you know why I remember that so well? Because I was here in the studio.
Well, somebody had to be here.
5-something in the morning, whatever time I got here.
Oh,
I just remember being delirious for half of that broadcast.
When I got there, I couldn't believe how packed it was. And then by the time the game was about to kick off, it was absolutely maddening in that place. It was awesome. Jeff in Ocean City says, I can't go to Christmas Eve. I got family dinner. Oh, my gosh, family dinner. I hate family dinner.
Jeez. Mike Gill hates families. That's the headline.
Mom and Dad, I don't mind family dinner with. Everybody else, it's a rough one. 609-403-0973. Not everybody else. I'm kidding. I would be pumped about the Eagles on Christmas Eve if I didn't already upset the family and the dinner plans for Thanksgiving to watch the Birds, one or the other. Yeah, who's like volunteering to host this year?
Ooh, that's a good question. Like, do you make a choice? Like, hey, you'll do Thanksgiving, I'll do Christmas Eve.
I'm doing both because I want to control the TV. I go to my sister's house. I got like no game on, bad TV remote over there.
That's poor.
Bad job on the remote at my brother-in-law's house.
Poor.
Yeah, I'm doing the remotes at my house. The game's on,
You're
two
taking back the power.
screens. Paul and Millville, Mike, I'm out on Christmas NFL games, especially when it's the Eagles. There's a lot of moving parts when it comes to Christmas, and the games are normally on the background. I agree with that. It's just background stuff at that point. So I don't like when my team, like the Eagles, play on Christmas Day. Thanksgiving's a little different. I think Thanksgiving, because I remember the Eagles were on Thanksgiving, and the Sixers, no, it was Christmas. The Sixers played Christmas, and the Eagles played the Giants a couple years ago. Any of the bars going to be open?
Of course. Some will be open.
All right, coming up, mock Embiid trades. Let's see if any of these pass the sniff test. We'll do it next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 2:32. Keep the text messages coming on the White Horse RV text board. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by the law office of Craig A. Altman, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage.
You know, anytime these guys have press conferences, Mike, they're always prepared, right? Danny Briere, Howie Roseman, I'm sure today with Bob Myers. They're all prepared by someone before they walk out to all those questions. But are you prepared if you get into a car accident, a slip and fall, a serious workplace injury? Well, you need to go into those cases with a game plan because the insurance companies, they got a game plan. Delay, deny, pay as little as possible. You need someone on your side, and that person is the law offices of Craig A. Altman. Tough lawyers who know how to handle tough cases. Don't go with a lawyer who shows you how to jump over a ceiling fan on a television commercial. No, you need someone who is in South Jersey to help you with your injury case. On Delsey Drive in Vineland, 856-327-8899 for the law offices of Craig A. Altman. 856-327-8899. Offices in Vineland, backed by a Philadelphia law firm that knows how to win. Online at CraigAltmanLaw.com.
All right, text board 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. John in Avalon says, I love the schedule coming out. It's like Christmas morning, opening up one president at the time. He says he likes them coming out in little drips and drabs like that. Love playing on Thanksgiving Day. I think it would be a great opportunity to showcase the team against a division foe. Also love the Christmas Eve game. I don't go see family till the afternoon on Christmas Day. When is that Christmas Eve game? Do we know yet?
What's that?
Is it a night game?
It's Thursday football.
Oh, the Eagles, they're not doing like an afternoon.
It's a Prime.
Okay, good. Thursday Night Football, Amazon Prime. So he's saying I don't go to see family till the afternoon. So to that guy, I think he thinks it's like a 1 o'clock in the afternoon game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is an Amazon Prime game, according to the report that I saw.
My buddy usually closes his bar at 5 o'clock Christmas Eve. He said they will be open this year for the Eagles. Okay, I'm wondering how the establishments will handle. That's a big day for establishments to have an Eagles game on. But to have it on Christmas Eve, like, are you going to open your place up Christmas Eve night?
Like, are you one of those establishments that says to your employees, if you work on Christmas Eve, we'll be closed Christmas Day kind of deal?
Most places are closed Christmas Day anyway.
Well, not always. Sometimes they'll be open like one or the other.
I don't know. Christmas Day, a lot of places, maybe like one place is known for that. Not universally. Come on, dude. I mean, where are you living where where multiple bars are open Christmas Day?
Well, where I live, it doesn't matter.
Anywhere.
I live in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, even Thanksgiving Day, you might get a couple places like, I know when Atlantic City High School plays a home game for Thanksgiving, I think Vagabond opens in the morning, but I don't think they're open at night. I mean, most places on Thanksgiving and Christmas are pretty much closed. But on Christmas Eve, I don't know if they're like, because the game's going to be 8 o'clock.
Yeah, that's tough.
So are you staying open on Christmas Eve?
Do you open late on Christmas Eve?
What are you talking about late? The game's at 8 o'clock.
No, I mean like you not open earlier in the day.
Of course not. They're going to open at 10 o'clock in the morning. They're going to open.
You're ruining this.
No, I think it's the other way.
You're the ones being literal now.
No, the game's at 8 o'clock. What time are they going to open? Like 5 for? Are they going? In other words, the place is probably not normally open. So are they going to open like a normal day just for the game, or are they going to open just for the game?
Now you're picking up what I'm asking.
That's not how you asked it.
I said, are you going to open later?
Yeah, but like the game's at 8 o'clock. So are you going to open for dinner and do the whole regular day, or are you just kind of saying, we're just going to open for the game, and if people come, we'll stay open, but if not, I don't know. How many places are normally Thanksgiving? Not too many places are open.
Like Thanksgiving Eve, everybody's open, but not Thanksgiving
Eve, everybody's open. Thanksgiving Day,
most
generally
not. Open.
I know like a handful of places, maybe one or two. From what I remember in the past, like, a buddy of mine used to bartend at a place, and he was like, look, I'll go in. But it wasn't like
universal.
They didn't serve food. It's a place that serves food and then didn't serve food. They just had the bar open.
Oh.
It's Thanksgiving. Most places are closed. Christmas Eve, I've never gone out for, so I have no idea.
I've been out a couple times on Christmas Eve, so like it feels like everyone's open Christmas Eve, not Christmas Day.
Christmas Day. No, I don't think anybody's open Christmas Day, but that's going to be weird. Pat in Ocean City says, I go to every game, but I'm not going on Christmas Eve. The NFL is getting a bit out of control. Taking a stand, Pat in Ocean City.
Pat, drawing a line in the sand.
Now, this guy says the kitchen closed, drinks only, December 24th.
Gotcha.
That's a lot of places. Like I said, my buddy was a bartender at a place, and he would literally go, hey, I'm going to go in and open up the bar, but there's going to be no food. And I think a lot of places kind of like scale it down maybe just for, because what happens like Thanksgiving night, you eat the dinner at like 2 or 3, right? What time do you eat your Thanksgiving dinner?
I don't know, like 4 something, 5 something.
All right. Well, it's earlier than normal dinner, although most people probably don't even have like normal dinner times.
Well, I mean, it's earlier than dinner for me, but I mean, I don't see.
Well, yeah, but we're different. We're not home at quote unquote. I don't know. Families don't sit and have dinner together anymore.
Exactly. That's why
but
it's
when
weird.
you do a holiday dinner,
dinners
generally like a 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon time is generally what a lot of people eat. Well, after you're done eating Thanksgiving by like 6, 7 o'clock, some people are kind of like stir crazy, and you might go down to the local pub. That's like, hey, we'll walk down to our neighborhood.
Get
place.
out of the house.
Yes. Not all of them are open, though.
Right.
Some are. Like maybe one is the one that says, we'll be the one that takes advantage of those people wanting to get out of the house. That's all. Christmas Eve's a different story. Christmas Eve is more of like, okay, you got the family in town. Tomorrow, everybody's getting up really early because you might have kids that want to get up and do the presents at an early time.
Very early time.
Yeah, so that's BC and Bowers Beach, Delaware, says there are a few bars in Delaware that open Christmas night after spending the day with the family. Come on in and get your cow tipper on. Yeah, I mean, there are those very certain places that are the one that says everyone else is closed. We're going to be the one place that opens.
Yeah.
Now, Devin in Lewis, Delaware, another Delaware.
Wow.
Says, my girlfriend works at a place in Delaware, and she has to work 2 of the 3 Thanksgiving, Christmas Day, and New Year's. You have to do 2 of the 3. Now, New Year's is a day that everybody's open.
New Year's Eve is like one of the biggest bar days of the year. Yeah. So is Thanksgiving Eve.
Let's, I want to play some of these Embiid things. So let's hear some of these Joel Embiid takes. These are from the Bill Simmons podcast. So he gives 4 mock Embiid trades. This came from a question from a listener.
Yeah, so someone on their mailbag, basically said, hey, the guy initially said he would like the Sixers to trade Embiid for Kevin Durant, in which Bill Simmons said that's not happening. But he said, I'll give you 4 trades that I could see happening if you just go based off of logistics, numbers. So here was the first trade idea that Bill Simmons put out into the ether.
He's got 3 years, $200 million almost left. These are the only 4 teams I could possibly come up with. The Pelicans straight up for Zion. Pelicans just roll the dice, hope he gets healthy. I don't see them doing that, especially they're not exactly a lavish organization. So I'm going to say no on that, Kirk.
Yeah, it's a no for me, dog.
Kirk's just shaking his head sadly.
One context question. You guys do the worst contracts draft, you and Woes and House. Where did Embiid land this year? Do you remember?
I think Paul George 1 and Embiid 2. Or it might have been reverse, yeah.
Okay, good context.
Okay. So Embiid for Zion straight up. And I actually have a guy that's been tweeting at me, Zion and Herb Jones for Embiid. And I said, yeah, the contracts work, but why would the Pelicans want to do that?
Right.
And that's essentially what Simmons and that's Kirk Goldsberry, who, by the way, worked in the Spurs front office, who's doing this with him. So he said absolutely not. And I don't think there's any chance that the Pelicans would want to take Joel Embiid there after what they've already gone through with Zion. At least Zion has some sweat equity with the city.
Right.
Embiid would be a major headache if you traded for him and then he didn't play.
I love how he says, that's a no for me, dog.
He's very chill like that.
He is very chill.
All right, what's the next one?
The next one, he goes to another team.
Well, how many Sixers fans, by the way, 609-403-0973 would trade Zion for Embiid for Zion?
Like for me, I have zero interest in Zion.
I've never been a big Zion guy. So
I wouldn't make that trade at all.
when they're both playing, Embiid is significantly.
I don't even care about that. To me, it's I
I'm
have
just
zero
saying,
interest
as
in Zion.
a player, when they're both not available.
Right.
But when they are available, Embiid is more impactful.
And
than
Embiid's still the
Zion.
better player.
Yeah.
All right, here's the next team that he throws out there.
The Sacramento Kings, just for Levine's expiring, just under the guise of it's the Kings, who knows what they're capable of. Vivek's like, we have Joel Embiid.
Yeah. Can never rule out. You can
Can't be
never
ruled
rule
out.
out Stauskas.
Can't be ruled
Jacoby
out.
masterpiece Stauskas. Yeah, you
Look
can
at our
never
team
rule
on
out the
paper.
Kings.
We traded up one spot to get Darius Acuff. We have Joel Embiid. We're back, baby. Their fans should revolt if they do that.
So Zach LaVine straight up for Embiid just to get LaVine's contract out. Now, could you make the argument that at least Zach LaVine is a usable player? Now, he's been hurt a lot, too.
He's been hurt a lot, number one. But number two, isn't he kind of duplicitous with Maxey and VJ?
I was going to say, the problem there is he is pretty much what you already have. He doesn't fill a need of, hey, we need a guy that could rebound. He's a little bit bigger.
I mean, he's bigger than Maxey.
Right, he's a little bit bigger guy that can handle the ball, but he doesn't really fit a need. He's not a great shooter, although
I mean, if you told me it was one of those like crazy three-way deals that the NBA does sometimes, where it's like you swing Levine to another team who could use his expiring contract to get somebody else, I can maybe see that happening.
I mean, he shoots the three. I take it back. I say he's not a great shooter. He does shoot the three pretty well.
Yeah.
The problem with him is his availability has just been up and down. He's been hurt. He is a good scorer. I mean, I just don't feel like he fits the need for this team. How many more years left on his deal? He has. He just doesn't excite me. Not that any trade for Embiid would excite you. I mean, if that's the best deal you could get, do you just say, you know what, the heck with it? He has current contract. He has signed. Oh, he's done after.
He's a literally expiring contract.
So you do that deal.
Well, here's the thing. Do you take that deal under the pretense you're going to swing him to somebody else?
Sure, you get him, and then yes, if you could trade Levine for Embiid, I think you do that deal.
I think you do it, but I think it's also funny how they said that the Kings are a weird team and they could totally see it happening.
Very
'cause
unpredictable.
They're just very nuts. All right, here's the next.
I would do that deal. Levine for Embiid, get the contract,
Just give you the tradable
expired,
asset, yeah.
and get it out of here. Yep.
Here's the next deal.
Golden State, just for Jimmy Butler. So Jimmy Butler expiring, coming off knee surgery. Golden State with the 11th pick. They convinced LeBron to come. They have Curry already and Draymond, and they do the expendables thing that I've been joking about. I don't think Golden State should do that.
By the way, I love the reference there. Do you get the reference he made there?
No,
The
I have no
Expendables.
idea.
So the Expendables are a group of action movies.
I know what they are, but I don't know the reference.
So they're all like former like star action heroes. So it's like Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Bruce Willis. Like everybody's like too old to really be an action hero anymore, but they're in an action movie. So like the Simmons, because they don't know, Bill Simmons is a big cinephile. He's a big movie guy.
No, he does I do listen to some of his what's the name of that podcast? The Rewatchables.
Yeah. So, but I love the reference he makes there. He's right. It would be hilarious if the Warriors just went like full on. Everyone who's old and damaged just come play for a year together.
Well, that was like the Lakers did with Karl Malone, Gary Payton.
Gary
all those
Payton.
guys.
Yeah. Horace Grant was on the team too.
Don't remember. Butler, $56 million, so that works. 1 year, coming off the knee injury. Does he play at all for you? However, if he actually did play for 1 year and he was Jimmy Butler, you would have Maxey, Butler, and
Paul
Edgecombe as your three kind of, and Paul George, I mean, but you would have, like Butler would fill a little bit of a need. He's not a rebounder, not a great shooter, so this would be a team that still does not have great shooting. But do you just do like you did with Zach LaVine and take the expiring contract?
Only if I can swing it to somebody else. I have actually no interest in this deal only because of the fact that if I bring Jimmy Butler back to Philadelphia, I want it with Embiid. They're boys.
Don't care. I would swing it just to get the expire. Anything that involves a expiring contract that gets that off my books, I do that deal.
All right, here's
The first one for Zion
out.
doesn't do anything for me because I don't know. Well, let me double check on Zion.
Doesn't he have a couple years left in this deal?
Thought so. That's why I said I don't really need to deal with the headache of Zion for. He's signed for 2 more years, next year and the year after, which gets you out 1 year earlier than Embiid's contract does. Now his contract's only $42 million, as opposed to Embiid's, which is almost $60 million.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you're saving money, but you're getting hassle.
Okay, what's the last one?
The Brooklyn Nets, who don't have their first round pick next year. Could we just do Embiid for 2 years of Claxton and Mann, who make $39 million and $36 million combined the next 2 years? Just a straight salary dump. Throw in a year of Clowney to make the contracts work. And if you're Brooklyn, now I have an interesting guy. Instead of the Liberty just blowing away my team every year, where there's way more Liberty fans, sold out crowds, and people, it's really like Barclays is like a Liberty's arena, not a Nets arena. Now I have Embiid. I still have salary space, maybe to go get a free agent or maybe to make a Giannis trade with all my other picks or trade for whoever. And I'm at least more interesting, and I just hope he stays healthy.
So you get Nick Claxton, a center. He replaces Embiid.
He rebounds.
He's exactly what the Sixers don't have. The guy who's just a pick and roller, rebounds, athletic. I don't mind Nick Claxton if he's like when I have one of those centers who knows he's a pick and roller. Those are one of the problems the Sixers have. They don't have guys who are pick and rollers who actually can do anything else.
Right.
Like Bona can't catch the ball.
No.
He's not a good pick and roll guy. So Claxton I don't hate. Who was the other one? Terrence Mann, who was the guy that the Sixers tried to get from the Clippers in the
James Harden
deal. Okay, he's a something.
He's a guy who comes off the bench, fills in for Kelly Oubre.
But he's a guy that can shoot and come off the bench. Yeah, he's a depth piece. And the last guy was Clowney, Noah Clowney, who's a rebounder.
So I like the idea of getting the rebounders, but you're not getting like a great return.
Not getting a great return, but you're getting Embiid out.
You're getting pieces that help.
Those guys, Clowney has an expiring contract.
That's important.
Terrence Mann has, let's see here. Terrence Mann is 2 more years, but not making a ridiculous amount of money. And Claxton also 2 more years. I would have some interest in that deal. Now I have Maxey. It gives me more depth.
Yes.
And it allows Maxey and Edgecombe to become really the focal points, and it gives me something that I'm lacking. 3 rotational players. It's kind of like the Barkley deal. Except for when you traded Barkley, you didn't have Maxey and Edgecombe. You had nothing. And the team really became Jeff Hornacek's team. But in this situation, you'd be trading Embiid and getting 3 rotational players, and your starting lineup is Maxey, Edgecombe, Oubre, George, and Claxton. Then you have Clowney and Mann now coming off your bench, which is better than what you have already, what you have now.
Right.
I might do that deal.
I wouldn't hate that deal, but that's where the conversation goes in a direction, because on the podcast, he used to work for the sports organization. Kirk Goldsberry says this about NBA GM's interest in trading for Joel Embiid.
No GM should be trading for Joel Embiid at this phase of his career with the amount of money that is owed. I anticipate if I had to put the over-under on number of games Joel Embiid will suit up for next year, I would put it at 43.5, Bill. Are you taking the over or the under?
Well, the question is, when does he play the 43.5? Because he came back for that Celtics series and had 3 good games in him, and that was enough to kill the Celtics. I don't know. If I was a team that had no hope and I had to spend the money anyway, if I'm the Nets, what else am I going to do? Right? I have salary. I'm completely irrelevant, and I don't have my pick. Like, I've got to take a swing at something.
So Kirk Goldsberry essentially says, if I'm an NBA GM, I'm advising everybody not to trade for that Embiid contract. But of those deals, I think 3 of the 4 I would have interest in. The Butler deal, the Zach LaVine deal for salary to get the expiring contracts. And the net deal, I definitely think gives you 3 rotational players. And it turns the team over to Maxey and Edgecombe.
Heck, if you could take the Zach LaVine deal, swing Zach LaVine to the Nets to get those pieces, I'd do that.
Definitely interesting. Definitely more intrigue than
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, but as Kirk Goldsberry said, he doesn't see any team making those deals.
Unless it's the Kings because they're nuts.
Yeah, but I also think that Brooklyn could use him for the attraction. They got nothing else going on. They were just talking about how the WNBA team sells out more than the Nets do. All right, when we come back, Phillies, are they going to get the game in tonight? I don't know, but we'll discuss them coming up next. All right, 301 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. By the way, 2 more games have leaked out for the Birds. Week 2, Eagles at Tennessee. I would imagine that's a 1 o'clock game. And then week 4, the Rams are coming to Philadelphia. I imagine that will be a 4:25 game. The times have not been part of the leaks here. Just the games have been the leaks. But we're guessing Titans, Eagles. You got to play some games at 1 o'clock. Titans, Eagles would be one of them. So all those trip places, they've all been waiting for the Nashville trip. They all want to see when the Eagles are going to Nashville. That's like the big one this year because people like going to Nashville.
Right.
So I'm sure all your fans of Philly Sports Trip, and all those other places.
I would like to go to Nashville. I mean, come on.
Well, week 2, there's your chance.
I mean, even stale Josh over here would go to Nashville.
609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. I have not seen any news on the Phillies yet. Have you seen any news on the Phillies yet? Well, we'll get into that coming up on the Sports Bash Live. Last night, Andrew Painter, we're going to start there on today's Phillies Fastball. Andrew Painter, 62 pitches. They pull him out after 5. They go to Tanner Banks. That did not go well, Jeff Kerr. So let's start with you on this one. What did you think of the decision to take Painter out of the game last night?
I didn't agree with it. I liked how he pitched, and I get it. You're sacrificing Wednesday for his long-term future. That part I did agree. And that was the first thing that popped in my head. Like, okay, I know what they're doing here. I understand what they're doing. They're trying to give him some confidence. But wouldn't him pitching the 6th still give him confidence? That's the thing. I thought he was pitching well. He was only at, 68, 69 pitches? He wasn't even at that much. I thought he was fine. I thought he was commanding the strike zone. I thought his fastball was live. He only had one bad pitch, and okay, so what? Like, that's part of the leaps and bounds of this thing. But overall, like, if you have your bullpen well rested, wouldn't you want to keep them well rested?
Oscar, yeah. I mean, what do you think? Jeff makes an interesting point there. He didn't have a lot of pitches in the game last night. I know he has been very up and down. Did they want to try to get him out on a high note there and give him the confidence? Hey, you did your job. Good job here. You move on. But Andrew Painter last night, seemingly, as Jeff said, only made the one bad pitch in the game, and they end up taking him out. And then, the very next inning, they give up a home run, and Tanner Banks gets the loss there. But 62 pitches last night.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to wait. He's a young guy. You have to wait a lot of things. Should he have come out to the 6th, I probably would have brought him back to start the inning and maybe get the bullpen going if need be. But they just wanted to, after a few rough outings, they just wanted to end on a positive note. He interestingly enough, he changed his. Historically, he's led with his fastball, and the fastball was only at 24%. And you can see the effectiveness of him when you start looking at his whiff. He has 12 whiffs yesterday on 35 swings, which is a pretty good number. 45% whiff on his slider, 43% on his sweeper. As we said yesterday, those are the pitches that are working. I mean, both his fastball, only two swips in 7 pitches, and his sinker, one swip on 4 pitches. So, look, you wanted to end on a positive note. You ended up on a positive note. I think it's going to help him moving forward. But I would have brought him back on the 6th inning with 64 pitches. The other thing that it's
62.
important for 62. The other very important thing is that he got 11 strikes on 19 hitters to start the at bat. So
first pitch strikes.
Yeah, first pitch strikes. So that is something we need to keep our eye on him, because if he falls back, he needs to rely on his fastball, and that's where trouble comes.
Yeah, at 62 pitches, he comes out. Now, you got a switch hitter with Gasper leading off that inning, and then Abreu, who had a great night, was a lefty. So I guess they wanted to have Banks in there to flip Gasper around and then Abreu, so you bring in the lefty there rather than them face Painter again. But, at some point you got to start learning whether you can get deep in these games. That's why, listen, I always feel that the starting pitcher is my best option, right? He's a starter for a reason. He's the better guy, and he was cruising along there. I would have liked to seen Painter go another inning as for a learning situation there, rather than like, hey, you did a good job, let's get you out of here. That was my I don't think it was an egregious decision, though.
No, and look, I said it earlier. The long-term future, yes, this is going to benefit him. I have no problem with that. I understood why they did it. Didn't agree with it, but understood why they did it. There's a big difference there. And that was my thing, Mike, because I'm thinking it's a 1-1 game. This team is not hitting. They're going to blame the bullpen for losing this game. I don't agree with that either, because I don't think Tanner Banks should have been in the 6th inning, and I don't think Ryan Kirkring should have been in the 6th inning, but
so would you have gone with Meza instead of Banks? Let's say they took Painter out. Do you like Meza in that spot better than Banks?
I think I would have pitched Meza. I mean, really, I would have done what you did, Mike. I would have started Painter. Same with Oscar. I would have started Painter that inning and see what happens. If he gets the first out, okay. Then if he gets, then maybe you change things around, right? I think I just would have rather had him start that inning.
Let me put it this way. I'm a lot more worried about where our hitters are than where our pitching was yesterday, to be honest with you.
3 hits yesterday.
5 hits 2 days ago, 3 hits today, and couple. I mean, I know Sonny Gray's a good pitcher. I mean, and all that comes with it, and his experience and all that. Have 7 different pitches and all that. But Bayo the previous day with a 7.44 ERA. I mean, our hitting is it's a really bad shape right now, and we need to do a much better job. And it's not about Schwarber hitting a home run every day that it's going to bail you out. I mean, this team needs to hit they need to elevate their hitting to another level. And I'm very
the top of your lineup. The top of your lineup goes 0 for 13. Your top 4 hitters, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, Schwarber, by the way, 0 for 2, 2 walks. That streak of 5 straight games with the home run, that ended. And then another streak that ended last night was the Marsh 13-game hit streak, and that was interesting. They pinch hit for him off of a lefty late in the game. I know Chapman is very, very tough, but they did hit Trey Turner for Marsh. In the 9th inning last night. Turner struck out, walked, by the way. But Marsh 0 for 3, that snapped his 13. And Oscar, you have been harping on this a lot. And Jeff, your point is great. They had 1 hit last night, 2 hits last night with Bohm and Crawford. The other hit came from Sosa, who's, I guess he's a semi-regular. So you really just, 3 hits is just, it's not getting.
Just don't have runners. I mean, we went 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. And look at the previous day. I mean, we win 1 for 3. I mean, we just don't have with 5 hits. I mean, we just don't have.
So you had 6 people in 2 days. Like that's egregious to me. And this is what a lot of people got upset over this last night. I made a tweet about Alec Bohm and his at bat against Chapman. I said it's a microcosm of his season. That wasn't criticizing Alec Bohm. That was just in the moment. You make the tweet. There's
Jeff,
2 runners on.
Jeff, by the way, you're allowed to be critical of Alec Bohm. It's fair.
Oh, exactly. But everybody's like, well, what about everybody else? I'm like, that's not what I'm tweeting about right now. I'm tweeting about him, Alec Bohm, the guy that is hitting 180.
This is not just about Alec Bohm. I mean, this entire team.
No, it's not. But
4.0.
I get tired of hearing the $30 million players are not hitting. No, they are. They're the 2 that are hitting. Kyle Schwarber. Bryce Harper, they are hitting. You can't rely on these guys every night. Back to Oscar's point.
4.02 runs, 26 in baseball ain't gonna cut it. I mean, and we're playing that way. And by the way, we've been regressing over the last few days. So this stat was 20, 23, 24. Now we're up to 26. And
this is my thing with baseball right now. And we have to do this because we're a daily show. I agree with the 26, but in the 13 games before that, they were hitting. Now all of a sudden they're not. It's baseball.
You have not faced top pitchers. I mean,
Bello's not a top pitcher, so you got to dismiss that. They score 8 off him.
Against whom? I'm sorry.
Bello, he's not a top pitcher.
He's pretty tough though.
Yeah.
I mean, he has 70 ERA. See, that's what I get. This is my issue with analyzing baseball sometimes. It is, they're not playing anybody. Or this guy stinks. Okay, but when they don't hit off the guy that stinks, then what?
Hey, listen, this is, though, Oscar, how many
These
games...
are the numbers.
how many games over the years did you call? You're doing the radio broadcast, and you're scratching your head as to, man, we just saw this team score 8 and 7 and 10 and 5 and 6, and then they go into these droughts.
It's what it is. I mean, this is a very streaky team. It is baseball nowadays where with a launch angle, you're expecting you either hit a home run. I mean, it's like basketball, right? You either hit 3-pointers. Why did the Boston Celtics lost the series against the Sixers? Because they couldn't hit the threes. I mean, it's the same thing here. If you don't hit home runs, you don't win games. I mean, if you don't get extra bases. Look, with all this, we're 10th in extra bases in baseball. But the reality is, it's just everything is concentrated on Schwarber and Harper. Look at this.
Yeah.
Everything is concentrated on Schwarber and Harper. If Schwarber and Harper have a bad day, we don't win this game.
And Marsh to some extent. Marsh
to a certain extent, but Marsh is not like your massive producer and all that. Right. I mean, you need complementary baseball. And I was hearing the other day Dave Dombrowski talk about we need a balance. We need you when you're building a lineup. And he was talking about Luis Arraez, and he was talking about, look, guys like Luis Arraez are very valuable because they get on base. You need more runners on base on this team.
Well, that's where Bowman Stock come in because they're supposed to be the guys that get on base, and they're not. By the way, I want to see that lineup again from last night.
Add the name Turner to that list at 286 on base percentage.
But Turner didn't play. Well, he did play, but again, I want to go back to this lineup last.
I'm talking in general.
Yeah. Your lineup last night, Schwarber, Harper. You got Schwarber hitting leadoff, Harper hitting 2. You had Garcia in the 3-hole,
it's a
Marsh hitting
disaster.
4. Yeah.
They weren't scoring last night. I could have told you that before the game even. That lineup was not scoring.
Are they going to score against Ranger today if they play the game?
Probably not.
We'll get into that in a second, but you're right. I mean, you have Schwarber hitting leadoff, you have Harper hitting 2, you have Marsh hitting 3. They're your most productive 3 hitters, as we just highlighted, but they're all left-handed, even to the point, guys, where Crawford had a hit in the 8-hole last night because he's left-handed. So Sosa, who's been hitting 5th, in games when he plays, he had a drop to the 9-hole last night because you have so many lefties, and then of course Stott was in there hitting in the 6-hole last night.
We want to talk about the right-handed bats too, and look, I think Amundo Sosa is going to turn this around at some point, but numbers are numbers, guys. 638, that's not good.
Yeah, it's not good across the.
That's an OPS for the people out there.
Outside of Crawford, you could say he's on the average of baseball right now, or slightly above the average of baseball at 756. Everyone else except Schwarber, Harper, and March is awful.
Yeah, awful. It's a good word to describe them.
Yeah,
guys,
awful. That's a good word. Awful.
I want to just get your opinions on today's pitching matchup, which is fun. It's Luzardo and Ranger. If you could have picked one guy to stay and one guy to go, who would you have selected, Luzardo or Suarez? By the way, before you answer, where the fans would have gone on this one.
Ranger.
Yes. Oscar, what was the decision? Pay Luzardo or pay Ranger?
I mean, he's a couple of years younger. He has a much better arm long-term, Luzardo does. But Ranger has that DNA, and I wanted to put this for you guys so you can enjoy it. I truly appreciate what Ranger did for the Phils. 53-37, a 3.35 ERA in 187 games and 119 games that it started. In the postseason is what is amazing of him. 4-1, 148, and that save. I will never in my entire life will forget that save. It was a 2-out save on the last game of the National League Championship Series against San Diego. When it was rainy, the first batter bunts, and the guy comes down like the magical defender that he is, and he throws him out of first. I said, oh my God, we're gonna win this thing. And then the fly to right field to Castellanos for winning. I will never in my life will forget that. That's one of the most impressive saves I've ever seen in my life.
You said DNA. I'll go with the numbers. Ranger Suarez is a more proven pitcher in Major League Baseball, and Jesus Luzardo is. We talk about Jesus Luzardo and his upside, and this is what I agree with the Phillies. Yes, I think you pay the younger guy, you pay the guy with more upside, but if you're going off results and if you're going off DNA, then you should have chose Ranger Suarez, because Ranger Suarez doesn't have those blow-up games like Jesus Luzardo. When Ranger Suarez pitches, I kind of know what I'm getting. I also don't know if he's going to be available half the time, but I know what I'm getting when he pitches. Jesus Luzardo, I'm waiting for the self-implosion. But here's the thing. If you pay Ranger Suarez, don't complain 3 years from now like you're doing with Aaron Nola, because that's what it's probably going to end up being.
Well, this is this is the fun conversation. But, you're right. Ranger in the playoffs, he's like your Kiki Hernandez. He's the guy that in the regular season, he's just like, yeah, he's there, he's not there, he's kind of whatever. But you're getting the big game from him. Now, Luzardo came in the playoffs last year and did have a very good relief appearance, though. You didn't sign him, though, to come in and be a relief pitcher in the playoffs. Now, you could make the argument that if you sign Ranger, that's kind of his role, too. Like, he starts a game. I think they could have used Ranger in that role last year better, and they didn't use him at all in the bullpen. Correct. They could have used Luzardo better in the playoffs last year.
Look, I like the way Luzardo, to me, Luzardo earned his paycheck on game 2 and the relief appearance he had against the Dodgers. To me, that's when they accelerated the payment of his contract to this year versus being after this year because of his history with injuries. But he was amazing. I mean, Luzardo was amazing. He was filthy on that relief appearance against the Dodgers there on that game 4. That was very, very
this is a question.
And that's what you're paying Jesus Luzardo for. You're paying for that.
This is a question, guys, isn't it, of we get dazzled by arm talent versus a guy who, he doesn't have the velo and he doesn't throw that hard, but he knows how to pitch. This is a decision that like an AAU coach takes. They take the guy that throws harder with lack of command because it dazzles, as opposed to the kid who just throws strikes all the time and gets everybody out, but it's not as sexy. So Ranger is the guy that is the overlooked guy. Luzardo is the one that everybody keeps giving chances, but the numbers say it. Ranger's the more consistent guy. Luzardo's the more talented guy.
I think the other issue with Ranger is durability. He at least once or twice a year goes into the IL, and he's not a durable guy.
He almost did this year already.
But what hurts me the most is that Ranger was born in this organization. I mean, he was raised on this organization. He came from the minors. I mean, I think he signed for $10,000 out of Venezuela. He's from a very far away area from the capital. He goes there after the postseason. After the season, he goes there and spend time with his family. They name streets after him. I know his parents is always sending messages to me. They're very, very dear people. And look, it hurt me significantly when the Phillies lost and Ranger. They had to make a decision. They made the decision on Nola. Maybe if Nola would not have signed that contract, maybe we would have
that would have been the big one.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oscar,
we would have
point.
Maybe we would have both Luzardo and Ranger here.
That's a great point by you. If the Phillies had the foresight to say, hey, we want to keep Ranger, let's not bring back Nola. But Nola also a homegrown guy that they drafted.
And that's where I agree with Oscar. It's the homegrown thing. This is a guy, you're developing your system, and I get tired of hearing people say this too. They don't develop anybody. Yeah, they did. They developed Ranger Suarez. They developed Justin Crawford.
Ranger Suarez came out of right field. I don't know that anybody ever saw him being this big game pitcher with
even when he signed. Not even when he signed.
Not when he signed. He came out of nowhere. Luzardo and Suarez, fun conversation. We know where the fans feel on this one, though.
Well, they love him, and they should love him.
And did you see what he did a couple of days ago, throwing seeds to to the first base coach?
Oscar and I have a fun story with him. We never used to get fooled by him, but some reporters said he would crawl under tables in the clubhouse and try to scare people.
He was so much fun.
There's I would watch
video. I would watch him and he'd smile and he'd be like, and I'm just like, okay.
There's no better video than him dancing with like 5 beers in his hand. When they were in the playoffs in the clubhouse. I
have that video. I got a ton of Ranger Suarez videos from
the good old days, man. The good old days. He was. Hopefully, they're not that old days, and we can rekindle them this year. We got to play. We got to hit a lot more better, and we got to pitch more consistently.
All right. Well, 3-1 loss last night. Rafaela, by the way, with that home run for the Red Sox. That turns out to be the game winner. And Sonny Gray, 6 innings, 6 strikeouts, and their bullpen shuts down the Phillies as they lose it. But it is a fun pitching matchup, potentially, if we ever see Ranger and Luzardo, Phillies, Red Sox. Phillies Fastball is back again tomorrow. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, boys. Good one today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Go Phils. Let's go.
No news on the Phils yet. Luzardo and Suarez. Phils 11-4 in the last 15 games. And see if they can continue that if they get this one in tonight. We'll keep an eye on that. This hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, cooling you off. The summertime, it's supposed to be like the 80s this weekend. If you need a fix, 609-390-3907. When we come back, it's today's edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. 329 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Hill. What's up? Friday 5 tomorrow. First Friday 5 of the offseason. Andrew Brandt tweeted out what NFL teams look for when the schedule comes up. Andrew Brandt used to be in the Eagles front office, more of the Packers front office. He was an agent. He was a guy that worked out contracts. He served a lot of different roles in the NFL. He says off-schedule games, Thursday nights, holidays, Monday nights, Sunday night, in that order, and then who your opponents are before and after those games. Warm weather games early in the season, cold weather games late in the season, and then divisional opponent game timing. So we'll look at that a little bit later on. Friday 5 tomorrow. Our first off-season Friday 5 is tomorrow on the Sports Bash. Right now, it's time for another edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. There he is, Nick's Nuggets, Nicky Earnshaw. What's up, dude?
What's going on, Mr. Mike? Nice to be with you. I am currently at one of the greatest backdrops in sports in Camden right now with the Ben Franklin, formerly where it used to be the Camden River Sharks. I'm at the Rutgers Camden Athletic Complex right now. It's a beautiful sight.
I like that. I've actually never been there. I've seen it, plenty of pictures, and, I'm kind of disappointed, though, that they tore the facade down.
Yeah, me too. Listen, Campbell's Field where the River Sharks used to play. It was unbelievable. They've done a nice job. It's like a big turf complex now. They got the soccer field. They got the baseball field, softball. And I actually think they switched home plate to a better spot because now it's kind of facing the city and the bridge now. So I think it's even better than where it was before where they had home plate.
Yeah, I just wish they would have kept the facade, the seating bowl. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, they just got the regular bleachers now.
Yeah. They took down the stadium and just left the field.
Yeah, they left the field's there, but the field's in great condition, and it's definitely a nice complex. They did a nice job with it.
All right, well, what do we got today? What's nugget number one?
Well, I've been following all the schedule release. I'll be honest, Mike. I would rather have the anticipation, and this is nugget number one, of just getting the full schedule, maybe one game beforehand when it's all released. We got like the entire Eagles schedule out. It's been pretty cool, but I don't know. I think I'm on the side of, just give it to me and let me build anticipation. I don't know what the audience or you think, but I'm out on the early games and trying to piece everything together.
I agree. Ryan Fowler from NBC Sports Philadelphia, he's been the MVP of the schedule release for the Eagles. But, Ryan, keep it to yourself. I don't need to know all the games. I want to know all at one time. You've basically ruined the day tomorrow because you would get tonight it would come out, then tomorrow we would be able to react to it and have a lot of fun. Well, I already know most of the schedule. In fact, yesterday I predicted that they would have 7 primetime standalone games. They're up to 8 already.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what's come out already. And now they're opening the season against the Commanders. Is that what I have correct?
That is correct, and I like that because it reminds me of 2017 when they beat the Commanders in the opener, and that led them to the Super Bowl that year.
I'll never forget. I was working one of my part-time jobs in high school at that time. When they opened the season, I remember watching that game on my phone against the Commanders. Who knows? Maybe I'll be working again. Maybe I'll be down at 97.3 somewhere down the shore and watching on my phone again for good luck.
We're trying, man. I'm telling you. I said earlier, we've got a Thanksgiving Day game this year. We've got Christmas Eve game this year. We got a London game this year. And what I definitely said, in 2017 when the Eagles played the Jacksonville Jaguars in London, we did a Kegs and Eggs Eagles pregame show at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the place was mobbed. I mean, we had a rocking crowd. So that will be one definitely. But I would love this year to do a little Eagles pregame early on a Sunday morning, get the day going with a little birds chatter.
No, it would be unbelievable if we could start it, get it rolling. As you can hear probably in the background, it's a feisty crowd here right now at this tournament that I'm at the moment. And it's going to be the same thing with the Eagles throughout the season with the schedule that they have coming up. Are you in or out?
Are you in or out on the Christmas Eve game?
I'm in. Totally in on a Christmas Eve game.
If you get tickets to the game, are you in?
Absolutely in. I'm all in on the Christmas Eve game. You know me, I like the Black Friday game. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, but Christmas Eve is like a family day. I do understand that people have family at the house and say, hey, sorry, no dinner for me this year. I'm going to the games. And you got to do it on, well, Thanksgiving, the game's in Dallas, so you don't have to go to that game.
Yeah.
That gives you a little reprieve.
I like that they have all of the holiday games, which is outstanding.
Yeah, so far they're owning the holiday calendar. No Black Friday. There is a Black Friday game this year. We were comparing the Thanksgiving Day and Thanksgiving Eve schedule versus the Christmas Eve and Christmas Day schedule. Those 8 games are some heavy hitters.
They are. And listen, I'll tell you what, I love that the Eagles are playing on Thanksgiving. There's nothing better than sitting around the television. Yeah, you can watch like all the random Lions and like Chargers game or Dallas and Giants, whatever. Then you have the night game. But to have the Birds at 4:00, either prior or after dinner, or prior to dinner or after dinner, I mean, that's unbelievable.
I'm in on Thanksgiving. I also like the Christmas Eve. I've been asking for years. It doesn't even have to be an Eagles game. I just want a sporting event on Christmas Eve. I think the NBA or the NHL should make that their day. The NFL has taken over Christmas, so take over Christmas Eve and give me a full day of or it doesn't have to be a full day. Start at 5:00, maybe do like a 5, an 8:30, and like an 11.
Yeah. Listen, the NFL can play on any day apparently now. It doesn't matter what day of the week it is. We're just going to put a game here. It's like baseball or basketball, hockey now. We're just going to play any day of the week. It doesn't matter. We're going to own it because we're the NFL. We're the big, bad National Football League. So that's what they do. And they now own Christmas over the NBA, essentially. I used to enjoy watching basketball on Christmas Day. Just take Christmas Eve, NFL. Just have that day. Give the NBA a day. But they'll never do that. They want to own every day.
I don't care. The NFL can have Christmas Day. Why can't the NBA say, you know what, we'll go to Christmas Eve. The heck with you.
Or just, exactly. Just switch it. Someone gets one day, someone gets another day. That's all.
I'm in on that. And like I said, I didn't need the Eagles to play Christmas Eve. Any sporting event on Christmas Eve would have done.
Sure. Yeah, but to have the Eagles on Christmas Eve and then on Thursday for Thanksgiving, that's awesome.
Yeah, I got to figure out
on this.
Yeah, I don't know what who's in town this year. Like my girlfriend's parents rotate between her and her brothers. Like one year, for Christmas I don't know if they're at our house this year or I don't remember.
Yeah, I hear you. But listen, I'm in on the Eagles schedule, and now I can enjoy Red Zone on Sundays. So I can focus on my fantasy team. I don't have to worry about going back and forth if I wanted to. It's just I can watch Red Zone on Sunday. I can watch the Eagles on a Thursday or a Saturday. Does not matter. I'm enjoying this schedule.
Well, we got I think there's only 4 games that have not been announced yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying about piecing together the schedule. It's just too much. Like, let me just find it all out at once.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, all right.
It's
confirmed.
The entire week 1 schedule has already been released, and I have the spreads for every game already.
Oh, God.
The Eagles are a 4-point favorite against the Commanders on Sunday.
Yeah, it's very interesting how they go about this.
By the way, I have the lines for the Eagles-Jaguars already. I mean, that line is already out. You know what it is?
That's unbelievable. What is it right now?
You got to guess? What do you think?
Eagles-Jags. 11.5.
Eagles-Jags week 5, in London. What's the line?
I'll say 8.5, 9.5.
Eagles are favored by 2.5.
Wow, it's 2.5?
Yeah, Eagles, Cowboys, Thanksgiving. What's the line?
I'd say the Eagles by 1.5.
Dallas by 1.5.
Wow, they got Dallas as the favorite.
Yep.
Ooh.
There you go.
Okay. Don't love it. All right, moving along. Let's go to nugget number 2. I saw this today, earlier on, and I thought it was absolutely hilarious. Just, some fun from the Sixers season. So Colin Kneppel was on a podcast. And he was asked about, and we've seen athletes being asked this before when, they're welcome to the NBA or welcome to the NFL or welcome to the MLB or NHL moment was. And Andre Drummond gave Con Knippel, one of the top rookies this year, a welcome to the NBA moment. Take a listen to what Con Knippel had to say.
Did you have an NBA moment? I've talked to a lot of guys, a lot of athletes in different sports that have a moment, a tackle or a play or something where they were like the opposing players like, hey, buddy, welcome to the NBA.
Yeah, I've been saying Andre Drummond, the big from the Sixers. He hit me with a nice screen in the second game of the season. Yeah, that was a tough one. He's a big dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he say anything?
No, just drilled me.
Yeah.
So there you go. Con Knippel getting just mauled by Andre Drummond earlier this year for his welcome to the NBA moment. Makes me think, what was VJ's? I don't remember VJ even having one. He just kind of dominated all year.
No, but I thought I saw Drummond actually responded to it on Twitter.
Did he?
Yes, you didn't see this. He said, sorry, Rook.
I didn't see the response.
He said, sorry, Rook. At least you only have to see me 4 times out of 82 games. I got plenty more waiting for you.
Oh, my God. Now, will it be as a Sixer next year? Probably not.
We're going to find out a little bit more about the Sixers in about 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, I know. Bob Myers is going to speak. Josh Harris. Do you think what's the first question that they're going to get off to him?
My intuition will be that Harris will open it up. He will speak very awkwardly, and then he'll send it over to Myers, and then they'll take questions. And the first question will be something related to Joel Embiid.
I feel like it's going to be a Morey question first. I think someo's going to ask him a Morey question.
You're right.
You're right. That'll be the first one.
How
did that go about?
How about did Daryl's who signed Joel? Whose decision was that? And did that cost Morey his job?
Yep. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. And by the way, I'm right around the corner from the Sixers complex right now.
Why don't you get over there?
Around the corner. I might have to get over there in a couple of minutes.
I'd like to see it. Get a question in there.
Get a question in real quick. But that's what I got for you today, Mike. A little 2-pack for you as we are running around the South Jersey Athletic Complex down here in Canton.
Yeah, well, we got a lot of nuggets coming later on in the show, by the way. Kevin Durso will react to Danny Briere's press conference from today. We got the Harris-Myers press conference coming up right around 4:10 today. We will have that live after Andrew DeCecco and football at 4. This is the Nuggets. All right, Earnshaw, thanks, man.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, more Nuggets tomorrow on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. What do we got? On the White Horse RV text board here? Guys, would actually be sad to see Embiid in another uniform. But if so, definitely the West. Imagine a healthy Joel coming to town and destroying Nick Claxton. If they do it, get an expiring contract and reset the franchise if possible. That's from Phil in Brigantine. You're right, Phil. Embiid has absolutely destroyed Nick Claxton in games in the past. And, of course, he's destroyed many a center. But we played earlier that text is in response to the Bill Simmons mock trades that he threw out there on the Bill Simmons podcast, and one of them was Nick Claxton, Terrence Mann, and Clowney for Joel Embiid. Now, those guys aren't expiring contracts. Those guys are, I think, all have at least 2 years left on their deals. That deal would essentially be kind of flipping the franchise over to Edgecombe and Maxey. Embiid would be gone, and you would get 3 players essentially replacing Embiid. Mann, Clowney, and Claxton. Claxton's a pretty solid, player. He's not great. He's not horrendous. He's just a solid, but he's exactly the kind of center that I think Maxey kind of needs to play with.
But I did run my crazy idea through the trade machine.
Which was?
So you trade Embiid to the Kings for Zach LaVine. Then you flip Zach LaVine to the Nets for Claxton, Mann, and Clowney.
What purpose does that serve?
You get the 3 role players, and you use Zach LaVine's expiring contract to get the 3 players.
But can't I just go? Why do I need Sacramento to be the middleman?
Well, because maybe Sacramento wants Embiid more than the Nets do.
Okay, if they do, but I don't need to appease Sacramento. Oh, you're saying to get him out of the East?
Yes.
Okay. Were you thinking that, or did I just tell you that?
You brought that up, but I was thinking more
because
so.
if that's not the reason,
Well,
why do I need Sacramento if
Well,
I could just give the Nets Embiid? They'll give you, like, if they're willing to do it. Now, if the Sixers are saying we want to get him out of the East,
right,
then you use Sacramento for that reason.
My thinking was, do the Nets want Zach LaVine's expiring contract more than being stuck with Embiid's 3 years?
Yeah, well, the key of the LaVine deal, and I don't know the NBA rules off the top of my head on this. I thought there was something that if you get traded, do you have to be on the roster for a certain amount of time before you can be traded again?
Yes. So, for example, and I'm just using this as an example. I'm not saying this is literally how it worked, but let's say Joel Embiid, this crazy trade I just proposed, happened on June 30th. Zach LaVine can't be traded until after December 15th.
Right. I thought there was that date that but I thought that was if you signed as a free agent, but it's if you change teams?
It's both.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you sign as a free agent or if you change teams. Now, if the trade happens, let's say August or September, then that date moves to January 30th.
Gotcha. So if you made the trade to Zach LaVine, you would have to at least start the season with him on there?
Unless it's a 3-way deal. That's why my idea is a 3-way deal.
Okay, 3-way deal. The way you presented it was a flip.
No, I was sorry. I meant as a 3-way deal.
So LaVine wouldn't go to the Sixers. He would actually go to the Nets.
Correct.
Gotcha. Because you were saying he would go to the Sixers. The Sixers would then flip him for the 3 players.
Oh, yeah, my bad. It was bad verbiage by me. But my idea is that Embiid goes to the Kings because maybe the Kings want him really bad. Maybe the Nets.
Because the Kings want the attraction.
The Kings want the attraction.
And they're the Kings.
And the Nets might want the expiring contract.
Right. And the Nets are saying, well, we don't really want Embiid for 3 years.
Right. And the Kings might be like, we'll take him because they're the Kings.
Right. No, the Kings make the sense because they're the Kings and they need the attraction. I would actually think that Embiid playing next to Sabonis would be interesting.
That would be very interesting.
Well, because Sabonis is a rebounder.
And Embiid doesn't rebound.
And Embiid's not a great rebounder.
Embiid walks in and rebounds by accident.
Right. But Sabonis is a double-double machine.
Right.
He will do the dirty work on the glass. I would think that and Sabonis is a good offensive player too. He's not a stiff. He's not just a rebounder. If I'm Sacramento, I may take a shot on that. 609-403-0973. 13 minutes, football at 4. We'll roll football at 4 right into the presser, so stick around for that. It's all coming up on the Sports Bash. Coming up, it's our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day.
Daryl's been labeled as one of the smartest GMs, and he's a very smart guy, but the things in Philadelphia just haven't worked. And when you look at the payroll and you look at the money that Joel Embiid and Paul George, and then you look at you got to build this team around Maxey and Edstone, they got the talent on paper. But if Joel Embiid can never be healthy, it's just not going to work. There is no way you can protect him from the postseason, especially when you start playing every other day. So I just think it was time for Philadelphia to move on.
That was Sam Mitchell, former NBAer on Unsportsmanlike, now with Sirius XM NBA Radio. That's our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the day. Yeah, I mean, listen, I have no problem with Daryl Morey being fired. Anytime a team needs to make a change, do I think Daryl Morey was the problem? No. But you can't get rid of Joel Embiid. It's going to be very difficult. Although I will say this. This is what I want to put out to the ethers, okay? Daryl Morey has drafted way better than Bob Myers has. Bob Myers has had some clunkersons. James Wiseman, number 2, hello. Jonathan Kuminga, number 7, E. Moody, number 14 overall, yikes. Daryl Morey, like it or not, has drafted well. Now, not all the players worked out here. He has found NBA rotational players wherever he has drafted. Isaiah Joe, Paul Reed had a pretty good game last night, by the way. Jared McCain, VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey, Adem Bona. He has found talent in the second round, at the end of the first round, at the top of the first round. Bob Myers has been a bad drafter. And I'm giving you just some of his high-profile misses. Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody were his 3 highest picks, and none of them really hit. You want Bob Myers running a draft? Yikes. He's going to speak on the other side. Stick around. And Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort. I'm going to be there this Saturday night, Josh. Lenny Kravitz is in town. Now, Andrew DeCecco, big music guy. You a Kravitz guy there, DeCecco?
Yeah, I like Lenny Kravitz.
I got an extra ticket. You want to come?
What date is this?
Saturday night. No, it's actually, I think there's sold out. The Kravitz show sold out. But yeah, I'm not a huge Kravitz guy. More so, I think he's just going to put on a show. He's a showman that you got to, I don't think he's bad or anything. I'm not oh my God, I got to go see Lenny Kravitz. But he's a showman, right? He would be a showman that you got to see in person one time. Iconic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would buy a ticket for Lenny Kravitz, but I am a fan of music. I actually just saw Cheap Trick a couple weeks ago and Tom Kiefer last week.
That's so up your alley. I love it. I'm going. I got a bunch of concerts I'm going to coming up here. Kravitz is one. Going to go see Blues Traveler. Probably not up your alley there. At the end of the summer, love John Popper. Love a harmonica, man. Anything that goes harmonica. Now, you 311. Are you into 311 at all?
I could get into some 311. I don't know that I go too deep into their catalog, but of course, the song Down, All Mixed Up, all that stuff that I remember a lot as I was growing up.
Now, one thing, I'm going to try to find a concert that I can get you to go to with me, because I got to go to a concert with you one of these times. All right,
it's a good time.
I know the Sixers pressure's coming up, but everybody needs their football at 4, and I know a lot of leaks are coming out today. So let's first get the NFL. Are they doing the Eagles? You think this is a good schedule for them? They're getting the Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve. They got 8 standalone games. Do you like that, or does that kind of give you some doubts on, oh, boy, they're going to be all over the place?
Well, as a beat reporter, I certainly don't like it. But that's kind of the cost of doing business when you're a team like the Eagles, Mike, that are positioned to win and win a championship, and you have a star-studded roster with so many storylines and questions prevailing. It makes a lot of sense as to why they're going to always get those standalone games. And fans travel well, and they're always in the mix for a lot of things. So it's not really a big mystery, but they're certainly not doing the Eagles any favors there.
I like the Thanksgiving at Dallas. I'm cool with that. I'm also cool with the Christmas Eve. I don't know that if I'm an Eagles fan, season ticket holder, though, I want the Christmas Eve game at home. I've been lobbying for years, Andrew, that one of the sports leagues, the NBA or the NHL or somebody, needs to take over Christmas Eve. You're at your family's house, everybody eats early, and then the Hawaii Bowl's on. I got to have something more high profile than Hawaii Bowl.
Yeah, you've been carrying the torch for that based off of some of the conversations we've had over the years. Look, I like it because it's at home. It's not Christmas Day. That was a couple years ago when they played the Giants. So I could get behind it, and it doesn't necessarily affect me all that much. And I know that there's going to be some that have these traditions where, they like to watch the game by themselves. They have certain things that they like to do, but it could be a lot worse. Like Thanksgiving, I think, for me, in traveling, it's not necessarily the most ideal.
All right. What about London? You got Jacksonville, London, 2017. They went to London. I like the London game. One of my best sports experiences ever was Phillies Mets in London. Loved it. Had such a good time. I like the London game, and then it looks like you'll have the bye the next week there.
Yeah, that works out. And look, I don't mind the London game. It that doesn't necessarily favor either team. They both have to travel. Now, Jacksonville logistically has it down a little bit more pat than the Eagles will, but the Eagles are the better team. And I encourage a lot of folks, if you haven't been to London and you have the opportunity to go to this game, carve out an extra day or two to really explore, because it's quite an opportunity. But yeah, that adds a little bit of an interesting wrinkle into the Eagles' early slated game.
I think that's at Wembley, by the way. So if you want to go see some history, get over there. 5 primetime. They got a lot of 8 standalone games, but you've got the Bears Monday night early. You got the Cowboys you're going to get on a Sunday night. You got the Commanders. You got the Niners. But that one little stretch there, you got 3 straight division games right there in the middle of the season. We have seen them play division games back to back to back, usually late in the year. But I think this is going to be very interesting, having those games right there in the middle of the season. Cowboys, Giants, Commanders, bang, bang, bang. It could really put a lot of definition on the NFC East.
Yeah, I really like that because later in the year, a lot of those teams are out of it and the games don't have the same meaning as they would earlier or even in the middle of the year because as they're currently constructed, I think the NFC East is trending towards being a much more competitive division than we've grown accustomed to seeing over the years where the Eagles would just dominate. So I like the way that that's structured for sure because one, you don't necessarily have to worry so much about injuries. I know Jaden Daniels is a player who's often banged up. Jackson Dart, the way that he plays as well. But at that point in the season, one would think that they would still be, operating at full strength.
All right, last one on the schedule. It's week 17 and 18. Back-to-back, you have road games, back-to-back road games, one against San Francisco. That one could be a huge game. They've got that Saturday nighter against Seattle week 15. Seattle, San Fran, those two games in the last 4 weeks of the season, kind of tough way to end it.
Yeah, that's a really tough closeout. Seattle, the defending Super Bowl champions, a really good defense, but they're coming to Philadelphia. It's been a house of horrors for the Eagles going to Seattle, and that's quite a trek to get out there. But the one that I'm most fascinated with is the Week 17 matchup against the San Francisco 49ers. It gives me an opportunity to go out there and see family first and foremost.
Nice.
But, yeah, I like the way the 49ers have really built their roster. And it should be a really, really, really good matchup, I think, between two teams that I expect to be there when all is said and done heading into the postseason. And that gives the Eagles, while it's not the postseason, it gives them an opportunity to have, a get-back type of game.
By the way, just released, Steelers-Eagles, Week 11, 425. So you'll get that cross-state rivalry. Steelers-Eagles, Week 11, 425. This Ryan Fowler's been the MVP of the schedule release here. Huh? How does that work, Andrew? Does someone say, hey, I got one for you, and I'll give you another one in like 2 hours? It's like
yeah, I guess. I mean, he was also very good with the 30 visits as well. So a really good addition to NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'm going to find a concert for us.
Let me know, man. Just shoot me a message, and we'll see if it meets the if it meets the criteria.
All right, man. Andrew DeCecco, everybody. Football 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Check out more from Andrew at InsideTheBirds.com. All right. Right now on the Sports Bash, let us go. We are sending it to the 76ers. Here is Josh Harris, the managing partner of the Sixers and the president of sports for Harris Blitzer Sports Entertainment, Bob Myers, right now on the Sports Bash.
With new leadership, I take it very seriously. The city is a passionate fan base. This is a blue blood organization. And so to get put in this position is a privilege. It's an honor. I view myself as a steward to the fan base, and I take that very seriously. I wouldn't have come here if I didn't think Josh and David Blitzer and HBSE was not serious about winning and weren't committed to winning. Again, I view these things as great challenges. These are great responsibilities to be in these chairs, but also not easy. And I know we have challenges ahead. I spent yesterday with the existing members of the basketball front office in Chicago. Elton Brand is there today with the group. We've got a lot of work to do. And we know that. With the 22nd pick in the draft, time to get to work. We're less than 48 hours, though, away from this change. So I have some work to do, and I look forward to doing that. And again, what I would say is when you look at the NBA, there's a few places that stand out as far as the history of the organization, the care of a city, and this is certainly one of them, and I'm excited to kind of move forward in this role. After that, questions.
Gina Mizell from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Bob, just can you, right here, sorry. Can you sort of detail just sort of what qualities you are most looking for as you begin this search, what you're going to prioritize and what you feel like are what this organization needs in that type of leader at this point in time?
Gina?
Yes.
I'm a big believer in character and leadership, and I'm looking for a person that embodies those things. But there's many characteristics under that I believe kind of qualified in making a modern GM a success. There's front-facing responsibilities. There's responsibilities of managing star players. There's responsibilities of managing up to ownership. There's contract negotiations. There's draft process. There's evaluating analytics. There's medical staff. You go down the line, and these jobs have an enormity to them. So I'm looking to find someone that can check as many of those boxes as possible, but also raise their hand and say, you know what, I'm actually not good in this space. I'm going to need some support. Because the misnomer about these jobs is I had some success in my previous job, but it wasn't me by myself. There are teams of people that make a team and an organization successful. So making sure we have the right person to lead them, but also the right people underneath them, which is important. And the person that is going to get this job, like I said, I hope they check all those. They won't. It doesn't exist. How can we support them in roles that they don't have?
Bob Cooney from On Patterson. What are some of the biggest obstacles that you see for this organization right now going into next year's, immediately? And then some of the things that are beneficial to the next president of basketball operations for this organization.
What was your name you said?
Bob Cooney.
Okay, Bob. Nice to meet you. I think, look, there'll be one happy team at the end of this season. Just one. There'll be 29 teams that didn't get the job done. We're one of them. We're one of the 29 that didn't win the championship this year. Our season's over. And so you have to acknowledge the why of that and how did we get here, right? So there's some good moments. There's some good things about this organization. And there's some things we need to get better at. And some of those things, Bob, we can fix internally, and some of them we can't. And so we have to be honest about who we are and why we came up short. Because you only do these jobs, I only take these jobs to win a championship. I think players, if they're being honest, only play to win a championship. I didn't hear any players say, well, we had a great season and this is exactly what we wanted to do. We wanted to get swept in the second round. Nobody's saying that. I'm not saying, he's not saying that. So why did it happen and what can we do? And again, that involves an intense evaluation process, getting to know the players, getting to know the coaches, getting to know what works better, what can we change. And sometimes those solutions are ours to control and sometimes they're not. Having done this job previously, sometimes I could get the team better internally, and sometimes I couldn't. And then you have to make changes externally. So that's our job. I think there are some positives and there's some things that are challenges that we have to work through. But all of it has to be evaluated, starting with now we've got a 22nd pick in the draft. We've got to get that right. And then there's free agency. And then there's an off-season program. And all those things matter to get us to where we want to go.
Bob, Tony Jones from The Athletic. One of the adages, an adage in the NBA is that it's doable to go from bad to good, but it's very, very difficult to go from good to championship contender. You guys have gone from bad to good. You've accomplished that. What is it going to take for you guys to go from, second round knockout to championship contender, and why haven't you guys done it?
Tony, I believe that adage. Because when you're bad, you can try anything, and if it doesn't work, you're still bad. But if you're good, you have to risk something to go to great. So that's why it is harder to go from good to great, because you risk something. You risk making a mistake and falling back to bad. When you're good, you're scared to do that, or you're more resistant because you say, if it doesn't work, we're going to be bad. When you're bad, if it doesn't work, we're still bad. But yes, that is the nuance and challenge of any team, right? So there's a lot of teams. We made it to the Elite Eight, you might say. Well, you don't get really celebrated for that in this business, nor do I believe should you. So then you say, what do we need to do to get to great? I've actually been lucky enough to see what great looks like, but that's not easy, right? It's not easy. So it's a hard look at everything. It's a hard look at whoever we hire, and we'll place it on them. It's a hard look at what I've experienced and what I know that makes a championship team. But it's also a question to our players. Do you want to get uncomfortable? Because it takes a great level of uncomfortability to win a championship. Attention. Do we have that? Do you want that? Do we want that? Do you want to take that responsibility on? Are we satisfied? I know he's not. And our players better not be satisfied with 4 to 6 second round playoffs. Yes, it's not easy to make the playoffs. But nobody plays this game to make the playoffs. In fact, 16 teams make the playoffs, more than half the league. That's not anybody's goal. The goal is to win a championship. So I say these things, but I also want to say clearly how hard it actually is and how hard it will be. There is no wave a wand, me sit up here at a press conference and talk for 10 seconds and that's the answer to fixing everything and we're off. It is not. This requires a ton of work. And so whoever we bring into this process, including myself, including our staff, our players, has to be committed to that in a very big way. And that means sacrificing time and energy and putting everything you have into this. And we're going to demand that. I'm going to demand that of whoever we hire. I'm going to do that myself because I just don't know how to not do it. But we need our players to want that too. And that's our challenge to put on them.
Bob, this is David Murphy from the Philadelphia Inquirer. In this process, who will be setting the philosophy, big picture wise? Are you going into the search saying this is what we think this roster can become? For instance, early in Steph Curry's career, there was questions about whether to trade him or not. There's a person saying, no, this guy is going to be a guy that we build around, and a championship roster will be developed around him. Are you looking for someone who will answer that question themselves, or is that something that you're going into it kind of having looked at this roster, knowing what general direction it needs to go in?
David, I'm a big believer in whatever the best answer is. Whoever comes up with that is the best answer. I don't care who says it, but it requires a lot of debate, a lot of conversation. I'll tell you what I'm looking for in a leader: somebody that's committed to getting it done, to getting us there, and is aligned with myself, is aligned with Josh, is aligned with our expectations, our work ethic, our commitment, our competitiveness. If they want to make a big statement about what we need to do, I'll listen to that. I asked the staff last night that exists, what are you guys going to do? What do you think? A lot of different answers. And they said, what do you think? I said, I don't know the answer, but we're going to figure out the answer. As far as like one specific thing, I never think, like I said, having been fortunate enough to see how you win, I love Steph Curry. I love him. He got one Finals MVP. It's just crazy. It's not but it's not one person that wins championships. It's a team that wins, and he would say that too. And he doesn't care. He's got 4 NBA championships. That's what matters. It's not about anything else. It's about the team, and we want as many people that I know the nature is to look at one person. It's never one person. It's a team of people. Whoever wins it this year, it won't be one guy. It'll be a team of people, and we got to figure out what team we can put together that has an opportunity to do that.
To follow up on that, you have a roster right now that has 2 young guys who you mentioned who clearly are potential centerpieces, and then you have 2 older kind of aging veterans who are also among the highest paid players in the league. There's different ways to approach that. Do we build for the future on the 2 guys? Do we try to win next year? Thinking that we can get more out of the 2 old guys. That's kind of the philosophy that
yeah, sure.
I'm referring to.
And that is, David, that is the question. And if I had the answer to that question, I'd actually just do it. I don't know if I need to tell you. I just do it. Or I look forward to partnering with leadership to get that answer. But you're asking the right question. But that's a question I think everybody's asking, right? Like, how do you not? And it's not to criticize an older player or praise younger player. It's about how do we get past the second round? How do we get further? But that's what makes the job hard. That's what makes it gratifying. Is figuring. If it was easy, it wouldn't be worth it. It's very hard to build these things and build them in the right way.
Hi, Josh. Hi, Bob. Crystal Rich, CBS Philadelphia. Bob, you mentioned that one of the responsibilities and things that you're looking for is someone who can manage star players. You also said you want them to be in alignment with Josh and yourself, which is understandable. And you just touched on this, but what is the dedication, if you will, to see the fulfillment of Joel Embiid and Paul George's contracts, and how much in alignment does the new president of basketball operations have to be with you guys on that? How big of a role does that play in who you select?
Again, not having interviewed anybody, that's a good question that I will ask them. How do you feel about our roster, right? And I imagine I'll get different answers from different candidates, and there'll be one answer or maybe a few that stand out and say, that's really interesting, I didn't think about it that way. Or I might say, what about this? Or what do you think we can do here? What do you view from the outside? Sometimes when you talk to candidates or people outside your organization, you get a different answer. When you talk to people inside, there's a bias inside a building as far as outside. Somebody say, actually, I think this can work, or I really like this guy. Or what if you played this way? Or what if you partnered these 2 guys? Again, I don't look at it though, and I want to speak for Josh, is whoever we hire, I'm not going to base it on the first thing they do, the first player. If we get it right, this person will be here for a long, long time and make many decisions, and hopefully many of the right decisions. But as far as near term, yeah, those are questions I'll ask. Maybe borrow your question. Just ask that question. How do you think this can work? And then I might say, what about this? Josh might say, what about that? The people that have been in the building might say, I think this. I'm a big believer in a group. I didn't win 4 championships. I didn't do that. our group did that. People did that. And I like that idea. Working in sports is the best thing because you're on a team. And so I look forward to building out someone that can lead that team and work with myself and certainly work with Josh.
And if I could just take you back to the trade deadline, Daryl Morey admitted that he wanted to use the picks that he got for Jared McCain to get a player that could help him this year. It obviously didn't happen. He also said that they traded high for Jared McCain. In retrospect, what is your evaluation of that situation and his, if you will, emotional intelligence of how he came across when he said that?
Well, I'm not going to, I like Daryl. I'm not going to disparage Daryl here today. I think he did a fine job, and I think he's a good person. And what I will say to your question, and I understand why you asked it, is that what I will tell you is that was a few months ago. Right now we have the 22nd pick. Our job is to get that right. We have 3 second-round picks from it. I know you're not criticizing or asking the question. We should be graded on the ultimate result of transactions like that. But I understand I made draft picks where we got an F right away 10 minutes after the draft, F. And I was like, how do they know it's an F? I mean, the guys didn't even play. But your job and everybody's job is to react. I totally understand that. Our job is to make a trade. There'll be a reaction, it'll be positive or negative, but that trade isn't done. And our job is to make sure that on our end of the trade, we do a good job with drafting the best player at 22.
Bob, hi, Adam Aronson from Philly Voice. Can you talk about what you envision your role here being with the Sixers specifically after this hire is made? Josh mentioned the idea of you and Nick and this hire working together and how that differs from what it has been since you started working with HBSE.
Yeah, I view taking the next few weeks, not sure how long it'll be, to identify a day-to-day leader that'll have a lot of authority here, which they should. What they're going to get and our fans are going to get is them plus me. I won't be on the day-to-day level, but on the high-level decision-making, which is being here at the draft, being here leading up to the trade deadline, being available for free agency discussions, free agency meetings, things like that. I'm going to be involved at that level. And I can tell you that I imagine, and this isn't, not saying this lightly, I'll be communicating with that person daily, if not 5 out of 7 days a week. You know why? And I don't view that as a job because I want to. I want to hire somebody that I can work with. I want to hire somebody that Josh can work with. And most importantly, I want to win. And I think that I have had some experience in this space. And if I have something to say, it's harder for me not to say it than say it. But that'll be my role. And obviously continuing to work with Josh on all this very high level stuff. But I'm looking forward to kind of that role. And, you know, the best part about working in sports is the competition. If you like competition, it's a great space to live in. But you got to deal with some pain. You got to deal with some loss. But when you win, it's all worth it. But that would be how I would characterize it. We got to do a question for Josh.
It's getting weird up here. All right, I got one for you.
Come on.
It's okay. I got one for you. Yeah. You've been through a lot with Joel Embiid. Unfortunately, there's uncertainty with him a lot of times in the playoffs with some unfortunate injuries. Do you feel he can be the centerpiece of a team that gets you over the hump to be a championship team with what he's gone through?
Yeah, look, I mean, all the good ones. Look, I think Joel, we win as a team, we lose as a team. Bob said it's not one player. I think putting all the focus on one player is the wrong place to be. I think that he's an important player on our roster, and he's a warrior, and he's also some of the things that you said are also true. So I think we're gonna we're looking forward to welcoming him back on our team.
Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. Bob, just with the draft coming up and it is so close, and as you mentioned, they're already kind of, doing a lot of the prep. Do you want to get this person in place before the draft, or is that something where if it doesn't happen, you're comfortable going with the scouting that's already been done and your kind of, history as an executive?
Yeah, I think, Paul, I'd like to have someone. I hope to have someone. But if it hasn't happened, that's okay too. But the goal would be to have someone in place for the draft, to get acclimated with the new group. But by the way, the group is working now. And whoever we hire, not sure who that will be, will likely possibly already be evaluating the draft from where they're coming from. So that's a benefit in some ways. But yeah, I'd like to. and I hope to, but it'll be as much time as required to get the best person. Because, again, sure, have someone by the draft, but the goal will be to have someone that's the right person for a long amount of time after that.
Hi, Bob. Hi, Josh. Dave Uram from WIP, KYW Radio. Josh, you talked about a lot of frustration, disappointment in your opening statement and your statement from the other day, understanding the fans' frustration and warranted frustration. I'm curious, taking you back to the end of the series, how did it feel for you sitting in that arena with all the Knicks fans that took over the building?
Yeah, so obviously I didn't like it. I mean, it's our home court. I mean, we did everything we could, including buying tickets to keep the fans out. We geofenced, and look, it's on us. I mean, we were, the fans supported us, and let's face it, we got swept. And so for that last game, there were some Knicks fans in the arena, and so our job is to, is to come back and win that series, right, next year. And so I think that I didn't like it, but it gives me more focus and more orientation, just sort of getting back to work and bringing in. I mean, again, like we have a 4-time NBA champion here, who's going to be overseeing basketball ops, and that's a big deal. And so there's a recognition that hey, if we want to be, this city's not going to be satisfied, and we're not going to be satisfied unless we win an NBA championship. That's hard. There's 29 teams that want to. There's 30 teams that want to do it. There's 29 other teams. They're all smart, and we need to be smarter. And so that's what this is about. It's about doing everything we can to move to the next level.
Hi, Kai Carlin of Sixers Wire. Bob or Josh, even, I guess, how would you kind of evaluate what Nick Nurse has done through these 3 years? And I'm curious, is he going to have a say in the search at all?
Yeah, look, I think Nick the team played hard for Nick. And, there were a lot of things that happened. I think we all saw where there were various rosters that were available and rosters that weren't available. We were up-tempo, and then we slowed it down. And he handled all that. And even in the playoffs, the team played hard. And so I think, and Nick's a championship coach. He's won an NBA title. So I think he's earned the right to be here. He's our coach, and moving forward into next season. And so in terms of the search, I mean, I'll leave that to you. But I think generally, certainly, you talk to your coach, you listen to what they want, but ultimately, his job is not to find the next GM or president of basketball. It's our job.
Yeah. I mean, look, I saw Nick yesterday in Chicago. He's got enough on his plate. And like Josh said, it is our job and our responsibility to locate this person. And it's not to exclude Nick, but again, he's got enough responsibility. And this is our focus. But look, I imagine somebody that we hire will be a great partner for Nick, and that's what we have to promise him.
Bob, Austin Grell on SI. And you already said earlier that you'll have the new candidate evaluate the roster, but you did watch a lot of basketball this year with this team. What is your evaluation of Joel and Paul and their futures, their current states in Philadelphia?
Yeah, I watched the team just like I'm sure you watched the team. The thing I liked was that we got to see, and it's maybe not completely, but we got to see a healthy team, right? We got to see at least in the playoffs for the most part, Joel came back. And when you're healthy in the playoffs, the best part is you don't have any excuses about why you lost. You lost. I didn't like ever going into the playoffs with, well, so-and-so was hurt, and if he had been healthy, we would have. Those hypotheticals aren't helpful. So what is helpful is we played a team, we were mostly healthy, we lost. Okay, let's just be honest about that. Let's acknowledge that. After that, to your question, that's going to be the next leading up to the draft. What do we need to draft? What are we missing? What do we not have? And then the question is going to be, with what we have, how do we get better with what we have? And the final question is going to be, we got mid-level exception. What do we do with that? But back to the other point, I want to partner with somebody that I can have those discussions with in a meaningful way, and I'm going to have those discussions with potential candidates and ask them that question. I don't have that answer today, but our job is to have that answer. It was fascinating to hear from the current staff that I saw yesterday in Chicago what was said at the exit interviews. I find that very impactful. I'm not going to tell you. That's not fair. All of it matters. All these conversations, all the things you learn about an organization when the game is over. and you go in the locker room and you talk to the players, you talk to the coach, you talk to the training staff, what happened this season? And until we get all of that, I'm not going to say we've got the answers to that question, but I do know this: we have to get better. We have to find a way to get better.
Josh, to go back over here, to go back to the Jared McCain thing, outside of the granular transaction level one loss opinions, from a perspective of high level organization decision making, that's a potentially impactful move, for the future of your organization, trading away a guy you drafted in the first round and had shown a lot his rookie year. And the decision was made by a guy who then 3 months later, you're moving on from and kind of reevaluating the direction of the organization. Was that Daryl's move unilaterally? Were you and Bob kind of involved in okaying that? And if not, how does that make sense if there was a chance that a move like this would happen and the next guy would have to deal with the aftermath?
Yeah, so the way these things work generally with something like that is the front office makes a recommendation, and then ownership, which included Bob at that point, we okayed it. So I think we were involved in it. It was part of a bigger plan. It's not. I wouldn't say that. As Bob said, we don't know the outcome of that trade right now. We are sitting here with the 22nd pick, but I understand what you're saying, and I understand the question. And I heard, obviously I understand, the view of it here. So I think that, right now we're focused on, what do we do with all the assets we got in that trade? And we'll know whether that trade was a good trade or not a good trade, over the next year or two. And, but yes, that's the way it works.
For Josh, Matt DeGeorge from the Delco Times, Daryl had said at the trade deadline that the position of ownership was that you'd be willing to go over the luxury tax if the right situation presented itself. What's your view of that? Is that still something that ownership is willing to do in the right situations moving forward? Is staying under the tax line a priority? How do you view that?
Yeah, I appreciate the question because there's been a lot of chatter and it gives me a chance to answer it directly. The front office absolutely has the green light to go into the luxury tax. In fact, we've been in and out of the luxury tax. And so it's not an issue. I mean, it's just not an issue. We're building an arena here. I can tell you that, the amount of dollars you spend on that versus the luxury tax, it's magnitudes more. We built this facility. We've signed a number of max deals. So there's no issue with the luxury tax. And so I'm glad that you asked.
Yeah, and I'm just going to add to that. I'm not, don't know a lot of you, but I just can't imagine a day where if I said to Josh or leadership said to Josh, this deal makes us a contender, but you have to go into the tax. If he says no, which he won't, I wouldn't work for somebody like that. Because look, to be honest, if you look at the history of teams that have won a championship, I was one of them. We were in the tax. It'd be great if you can win a championship by not being in the tax. Very hard to do. But it has to make sense. And so I know, and again, I'm not worried about that part of the job because if that comes up, I know what the answer will be.
Bob, Zach Chalalam, Metro Philadelphia. Just curious, Elton, you mentioned earlier that Elton is in Chicago. Just about curious about his role moving forward, and if he should have interest in the position, would he be among the considered candidates?
Yeah, I'm going to take, since we just, like I said, not even 48 hours. I'm going to talk to Elton, get his thoughts on things. I've spoken to him. Like I said, he's in Chicago now with the group. Known Elton a long time. Figure out what we think is best, but we haven't gotten to that level of detail with any of that yet.
Gotcha. Well, then on to the draft. Just curious about your general overall philosophy. The team has a number of needs regardless which timeline, or if you go two timelines. Your personal preference in terms of drafting best player available versus going for a targeted need.
Yeah, look, I think the philosophy will be what I want. I think this group's done a pretty good job drafting, to be honest. I don't want to come in and run over anybody. This existing group, including Daryl, has drafted some good players. Maxey, VJ, good examples of very successful players that were picked. So I'm not an expert in that. I'll give my opinion. I want to meet with the group, hear what they say. Each year is a little bit different as to what you're looking for. See who might be available at that pick and partner with new leadership and see what their philosophies are on the whole thing. But look, obviously you want somebody you can build on. And Maxey's the ultimate success story in that range. I mean, can't expect that, but at the same time, getting a quality player you can build with.
Hey, Bob, over here. Kyle Newbeck from PHLY. What level of autonomy is the person you're going to hire going to have? Because this organization has had issues in the past where the power structure is more opaque than it appears on the outside. And, they're inheriting a coach and, potentially people internally. How do you avoid problems with that where there's a clear top-down vision for everything?
Yeah, I think, Kyle, people, right? You need good people. You need good people that are in harmony. So there is no acrimony. You can debate, healthy debate. But I actually, in my previous job, we had a lot of people in the room commenting on what we should do, what we shouldn't do. But ultimately we came together, and I expect a lot of autonomy of this person. If I do a good job, a tremendous amount of autonomy, because that's what you want. Hire somebody, let them do their job. But at the highest level, you certainly give your opinion, you weigh in. When you get into this, look, a healthy organization, you're not in a room where people are storming out and back channeling and saying, I would have done that, I would have done this. So hiring a decent person that I can collaborate with, and by the way, it's not your problem. I'm not going to hire somebody that I don't think can be malleable, that can be collaborative, that can be thoughtful, that can take direction, that can be humble enough to say, you know what, that time I didn't get it right. Or, you know what, I really believe in this. You have to give me the strength to make this decision. All those things are part of hiring the right person. And as to what happened in the past, obviously I wasn't here, but I believe we're going to get a very functioning, high-functioning, quality front office with this hire.
Josh, I have a question for you too. I think a lot of criticism recently has been turned toward you, specifically fan frustration-wise. There have been some fans who've been thrown out of games recently for yelling things like "sell the team." I guess, what would you say to those people? Because I think some of that is about just the lack of success or lack of championship success, but also maybe some of the off-court things that have not been addressed by you.
You look, again, I think I'm very focused on, setting up the team and the club to push through the second round and go to the NBA championship and achieve our goals. And, I care deeply for the team. No one's more frustrated than I am. I understand people's frustration. And, this is, having, going out and getting, someone as talented as Bob to kind of, help Philly achieve its goals. This is the next step in our evolution. And so, all I can tell you is that I'm sweating it really hard. I'm sweating it just as hard or harder as any of the fans. But that's what I'm focused on. And, I understand people's frustration.
Final question for the afternoon, Derek.
Derek Bodner, also PHLY. This is for Bob. With some of the changes in the most recent CBA and some of the restrictions that come after exceeding aprons, is it still tenable to have 3 max players, especially on 35% maxes, and still have the depth needed to contend for a title?
Well, we didn't get it done this year with 3 guys, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. I think I know where you're going, and I think it's a smart question in that what's the modern roster supposed to look like with the second apron, really, which is oftentimes operates as kind of a hard cap. Depth may be more important than it's ever been. Maybe that's the pace of play. Maybe that's what we require of our players more. Not to say that this model doesn't work, but we have to look at what happened this year and be honest about it and see if we got to be honest about, can this model work, right? And that's really the question. And also understanding that depth is key, and you only have a certain amount of resources to spend. So that's all part of the questions. It's all part of what we need to figure out going forward.
Gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, 4:39. There you go. There's Josh Harris. There is Bob Myers for the first time. I got to be honest, not a whole heck of a lot of highlight reels in that one. Bob Myers on his roll with the Sixers. I will not be on the day-to-day level, but on the high-level decision-making. Draft leading up to the trade deadline, being available for free agency discussions and meetings. I'm going to be involved at that level. So basically, when you need a big boy answer, Bob Myers will be the one that you go to get the final boss decision. And quite frankly, part of that was Josh Harris saying, the front office absolutely has the green light to go into the luxury tax. It is not an issue, in which Myers followed up and said, and if it was an issue, I wouldn't be here. So those are two big key points. One other point I thought that Bob Myers made right at the end. Depth may be more important now than ever before in the NBA. The Sixers might have the least amount of depth in the NBA. We'll discuss more. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Your text messages reacting to Josh Harris and mostly Bob Myers. Josh Harris really, I think he only answered about 3 questions. Nobody was even asking him any questions. He said, this is feeling a little weird up here because everybody wanted to hear what Bob Myers, kind of the adult in the room, it felt like, had to say. Much different presentation than Daryl Morey. That's for sure. We react, you react at 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. More Sports Bash coming up. 4:49. We do have a Phillies lineup, by the way. Phillies taking on the Red Sox. We'll see if they get it in. Don't forget, we're going to be at Ventnor Social on Wednesday. Check us out for the Phillies watch party. Phillies and Reds. Stop out and enter to win a trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles on July 31st. We'll be there May 20th at Ventnor Social. We'll be there June 4th at Ventnor Social. We'll be there July 29th at Ventnor Social. That will be our giveaway show to go to the bus trip. That show will be on the 29th. The game is on the 31st. And we're going to be at Ventnor Social a couple more times, August 26th and September 10th. So if you haven't been there, it is a really, really cool spot. It is a great spot to watch the game. And the place itself is just really cool. When you walk in, they got a cool wall with like all these old cards on the wall, and like Saquon Barkley jumping over the Jacksonville Jaguars defender is kind of like superimposed into the wall of cards. It's really cool. Check it out. Stop out and see us for one of the shows. All right, you just heard the press conference from Josh Harris and Bob Myers. I don't know if you guys had any major takeaways. I certainly did not. The takeaways that I would give were that Bob Myers essentially said, look, I'm going to be involved whatever level it is. Someone's going to – it basically they'll report to me. And if it's like a big-time question, then I'll be involved. Does anybody feel better because Bob Myers is now – I would say this. I know Maury hater by any stretch. I think Maury did a good job. Not a great job. He did a good job. He's the fall guy here, and I'm okay with that. But Bob Myers is definitely a more polished individual. Not that that matters. Like, we want to see, did you win the press conference? Was he impressive? Bob Myers is a much more polished individual than Maury is, so then ultimately he will be more popular from the hire. He's also got 4 NBA championships. That helps.
I think the takeaway that I have, Mike, is when Bob Myers talked about like his role in the decision-making led me to think that they are less inclined to hire a Daryl Morey experience-esque executive. Like, they're not going to hire somebody who has like this crazy long resume. I think they're going to hire maybe someone who maybe has a little less experience than Morey, but maybe enough cachet in the league to be hired, and that guy will not be in a position to, maybe butt heads too much with Bob Myers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and listen, I don't think Bob Myers is going to bring a guy in that's going to butt heads with him too much.
Right. I think that they're going to bring in somebody who maybe is a little bit a new ideas guy, right?
Well, he kind of talked a little bit about what he's looking for in a guy.
Well, he talked about, like, he wants somebody who is in conjunction with the vision that him and Josh Harris have.
Yeah.
But he also said that, those big decisions, he's going to say something. He thinks that something needs to be said.
Yeah, he says Myers, he said that he's a believer in character and leadership. And he talked about the different aspects of, running basketball operations. He said, quote, I'm looking to find someone that can check as many of those boxes as possible. Character and leadership. He's looking for someone that can basically be the day-to-day guy while he's the adult. I don't want to say the adult. That's not fair. But someone who is
the overseer.
The overseer of the day-to-day, and then it's draft time. Okay, I don't got anything going on with the Commanders for this month. I'm going to clear my calendar off, and you have my attention.
But it doesn't sound like he's going to come in here and run roughshod. It sounds more like he just wants to know what.
Well, he did say that he felt like he was going to talk to this person every day.
Every day.
So they will be in contact every day. And I imagine that Bob Myers, listen, we always act like, and I don't want to minimize these jobs because they are very high level and they are very important. There's a lot of times during the course of the year, you're like, okay, you've built the team. Now what? Like, once the offseason and you're built and the season starts, like from day one up until when do you have like day-to-day functions where you're like, I got to make calls. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. You kind of let the team play out for a little bit. So he will certainly, and there's some other, I mean, again, I don't think there was any big major like, whoa, he said that. That's an eye-opener. I don't think that happened today.
No, but I do think that it was interesting that Josh Harris was willing to answer the tax threshold question.
The tax threshold was the biggest thing. One other thing that Josh Harris said that I thought was maybe the biggest highlight of this. And I'll tell you what that is coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, 5 o'clock hour. A lot going on. We've got Durso at 5:30. Danny Briere also spoke earlier today. We'll have some cuts from Briere's presser on what's next for the Flyers. You know, the Flyers haven't won a Stanley Cup in like over 50 years. So, Josh says, I'm aware. And it's just funny the dynamic between these two franchises that one is up, the other's down. One hasn't won a title in 50 years. The Sixers haven't won in 40 years. And we're sitting here trying to say that one feels better than the other. They have both been unruly inept in trying to find a way to win a title. One's not better than the other. The Comcast organization was a disaster as an ownership group. They made mistake after mistake after mistake. They fooled the fans into believing that they were trying by making awful trades for veteran players who had names on them so that you got excited. And the Flyers have been a disaster. Are they finally turning it around? It's always in, the perception is always the thing. Josh Harris is an unlikable guy. I mean, there's no other way around it. He's just an unlikable guy. He has no redeeming fun quality about him. When you hear him talk, you're not drawn to him. He's just unlikable to look at. He's got a perma frown. He's just not a likable guy, Josh Harris. On the flip side, the Flyers have Keith Jones and Danny Briere, guys that you liked. Jonesy was a guy on the radio who told one-liners. And Briere has always been like a fun guy who just always seemed like, hey, just a nice guy. And then you got Josh Harris and Daryl Morey, just kind of like not relatable, connectable guys. It's just amazing how the perception, and that is why I bring this up, is because I feel like Bob Myers is a more likable guy. It's almost like Josh Harris finally figured out after all this time. I had Sam Hinkie, who was a very quirky, and somehow Hinkie won a lot of people over. Not everybody. He won over a portion of the fan base that was younger. And he said, you know what? Let's go after the young guys because, 10 years from now, they'll be older, and then we'll have them. The old people, we don't really care about. So Hinkie was a very polarizing decision because he targeted the younger demo. When they got rid of him, they brought in Colangelo, and he just was an unlikable guy.
Well, Colangelo should never had the job in the first place.
Right, but he wasn't
and he
had
never
no
endeared
redeeming
himself.
exactly, but he had no redeeming quality about him that the fans were like, I like this guy. Like, he's the guy. Like, it was like they won when the anti-processors didn't like Hinkie, but it was like, but this is the guy you gave us to replace him? Like, good grief. Like, thanks for nothing. It's like, we got the guy out that we wanted to get out, but you gave us a guy that sucks.
Right. And so it's like not to say it's apples to apples, but it's almost like in politics. You get rid of one guy you don't like, and the person you replaced him with is no better.
Well, that's everything in politics. I mean, one side's going to say, this guy stinks. The other guy's going to say, no, that guy stinks, and no one will be happy there. But in this situation, people did like Hinkie. It was the anti-people that didn't like Hinkie, but then you tried to appease them, and you didn't appease them either because Colangelo just sucked.
Well, everybody hated Colangelo.
Everybody. He was a universal hate. Then they had that murkiness of
the cabal.
Elton Brand.
Nobody knew who was running the
and
organization.
Brett Brown is in there, and that didn't really win anybody over. And then you brought in Daryl Morey, and Morey is just not a likable guy. Like, he's not relatable. He's just not a relatable guy. He might be a likable guy if you know him.
But he also came in with a lot of hype, and at first it looked like he was doing things. He got rid of the Al Horford contract. He drafts Maxey. He's making moves that you're like, okay, I can see what we're doing here. We got these guys. We got rid of the bad like, you at least saw at first people were maybe willing to give him a chance because at least he kind of like got off like a big bang.
Yeah, and listen, they bring in Morey. He had, and this is one of the things, we played the Bill Simmons audio earlier. One of the things they were talking about on the Bill Simmons podcast was, and this was from Kirk Goldsberry, who was in the Spurs organization, about how well respected Daryl is in the NBA. And so many people have a hard time with that. So the Sixers, they they went out and got the highest profile executive they could find. They went and got Daryl Morey, who is one of the most highly respected general managers in all of the NBA. And one of the things they were talking about on the podcast was basically when the Warriors had Bob Myers and were winning their championships, it was Daryl Morey who built the team to bring them down, and then Chris Paul got hurt, and then, they never were able to quite knock them off. But that he really redefined the NBA to what we now know as the league is all three-pointers. So if you don't like the league, you can blame Daryl Morey.
Right. For example, the Celtics, they live by the three, they die by the three, and part of that roster construction and philosophy, its genesis was with Daryl Morey. Now, you could argue that, the Celtics won a championship. And it's like, okay, well, it's kind of like what Sam Presti's doing in OKC. You can see what somebody else did and improve on the model, but the model still came from somebody.
Yeah, so the model is really, here's Morey. He looks at these teams and he says, look, we're just going to build teams that are going to be Mike D'Antoni, up and down, shooting threes are better than twos, and then they get to the Western Conference Finals. They put a scare into the Warriors, and then everybody starts to kind of follow suit by building these teams to get up and down, and then they shoot a lot of threes, and that's kind of the league now. So the Sixers, I think where they get criticized for whatever reasons, as Josh Harris kind of said, now the tax thing, whether you believe him or not, actions speak louder than words. They have not gone into the tax.
Right.
So he said that, and then he's got Myers saying, and if it is a problem, I wouldn't be here. So that's a really big statement by Myers, just try to make it as if this tax thing is not a problem. So you're going to have to take Myers on his word.
Right. And you could argue that, it could be a scenario where maybe before Bob Myers was hired by the Wolf Blitzer group, maybe they were apprehensive to go into the tax. But then Bob Myers being here now, maybe they're more likely to go into the tax just to kind of drive the point home. One of those deals, and of course, then it will never be proven one way or the other, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We'll never know the answer.
Exactly.
Right. So, that said, though, Harris cannot be criticized for not spending. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like you say, the Sixers.
He's not cheap.
They have not. Well, you could say he's not cheap, but they haven't gone to the tax. But you might not like the Joel Embiid signing, but he didn't say no. You might not like the Paul George signing, but he didn't say no.
You might not like Tobias Harris or Al Horford signings, but he signed the deals.
Right. He has always said, if you think that's the right deal, I will sign the check. You got to give him credit for that. Now, he also went out and got Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey, as the Bill Simmons podcast was talking about, was pretty much the most well thought of executive in the NBA. And the Sixers said, you know what? Let's go get that guy and bring him in. So it's not like they haven't tried. Look, they went out and got Doc Rivers. You might not like Doc Rivers, but quite frankly, in NBA circles, he's pretty well respected. Was named one of the top 15 NBA coaches of all time. Just because Steven Vineland doesn't like him doesn't mean that the NBA said, hey, look, the Sixers are really taking a big swing here. They then fire Doc Rivers. Then they go out and get Nick Nurse, another championship coach. So it's funny to me how one organization gets looked at as if they try really hard to win, and the other one gets looked at as if they are whatever word you want to use to try to describe the Sixers.
Well, I can't speak for everyone because I feel like it depends on where you're getting your crying from, but my experience is that, a lot
Have you ever checked my social media feed?
I don't check social media. That's why I purposely stay away from that garbage. But my experience of talking to real human beings is that a lot of the people who are upset or angry or frustrated with the Sixers is the feeling is that they understand that in the most literal sense of the term, they're trying. But they feel like...
I don't feel that way from people. I feel like the Sixer fans that I come across don't think they're trying, don't think they care about winning, don't think that they really want to win at all. That they are more that they are. I can't even.
Well,
these people have demented brains in my mind.
Well, my experience is that people, their issue is they think every move the Sixers make is wrong. Like they look at it as, you signed player A instead of player B. You made trade A instead of trade B, and they feel like
so. Then you're frustrated with the moves that they've made not working out, right? But you're not frustrated with the moves that they made. You're on board with the moves at the time.
Sometimes not. I know a lot of people hated the Paul George signing.
I wasn't a big Paul George move either, but I always say I didn't like the move, but I can at least understand it. I don't look at you and say, "What the hell were you thinking?" I can understand it. They had cap space. You have to spend the money. It's like if you work in a school system, and here's your budget for the year. If you don't spend that money, you lose it.
Right.
So it's a use it or lose it situation. So that's why, public school systems spend stupid money because it's like, well, I got a surplus of $15,000 here. Let me get somebody to do this because I have to spend $15,000.
Right.
Because you can't just say, hey, let's roll the $15,000 over for next year. So the Sixers were in that situation where they had to use the money that offseason.
Well, another example is, and again, I'm just going off of ones that people have brought up to me, okay? Because I try to be as equal and fair about this as I possibly can, even though I get frustrated myself at times.
Listen, I get frustrated, but I also try to be a realist.
Right, you try to understand the reason why.
I didn't like the Paul George move, but I understood why they did.
But another example is, I know people who were very angry about the James Harden trade because they felt like Daryl's just trying to reconstruct Houston all over again. Here's Harden. Here's PJ Tucker. There was a feeling among some of the people that I've run into, which is you didn't have to trade for Harden, or why was it had to be Harden, or why did you have to basically try to make Houston 2.0?
It's funny that you got that reaction. Most people, I thought, were frustrated that he was holding on to Simmons for as long as he was, thought they would never get anything from him because they hated Simmons so much, and then thought that he had
Everyone hated Simmons, yeah.
And thought that he had no value. And then when he ended up getting James Harden, and that was the return for Simmons, I think people actually were like, I didn't think you could get a player of that magnitude for Ben Simmons because most people deemed that Simmons was cooked and that he was never any good to begin with. How could you get a player like James Harden? And I thought that was the move that kind of was like, okay. And then Harden comes here and then out of the shoots, he has some big moments and some big games and people liked him until playoff James Harden came into play.
Right. The James Harden that scores 40 points one game and 6 the next.
You saw him last night. He was great, James Harden. That's game 5.
Last night, first half James Harden was horrible. Second half was really good.
Yeah, but that's game 5, James Harden. Let's see him in game 7, James Harden. But no, I think a lot of people were surprised that he was able to get what he got for Ben Simmons. I didn't really hear the recreation thing, but I'm not saying that it wasn't a huge thing. But quite frankly, when they got PJ Tucker, I think people thought that was a really good move. Why? They had played the Heat. He had killed them. And that they needed that kind of tough guy, that guy to give them a little attitude and give them a little bit of toughness. Like, you're not going to come into our building and mess with us. So when they got PJ Tucker, I think most people looked at it as like, hell yeah, we finally got the guy that always gives us big-time problems.
Well, it doesn't matter what the answer was. The thing is that I think it just, from person to person, different people had issues with Daryl Morey, whether it was one extreme to another. And I think that unless Morey got them to the NBA Finals, no matter what he did, he was going to be criticized, right?
Well, that goes back to when he was hired. Around league circles, that was a very well-regarded, well-respected move by the Sixers. The NBA circles was like, they went out and got one of the best general managers in all of basketball.
And I think that's also where the disconnect is with the fans. And that is, and again, now I'm really generalizing here, is that I think most of the fans looked at Daryl Morey, kind of like you talked about yesterday, about he's aloof, he's a know-it-all, he's a whatever you want to call it.
But this, right, it goes
whereas
back
around
to
the league, they view this as this is a respected executive.
Yes. Well,
like
and
Bob Myers went out of his way not to criticize Daryl Morey today.
And say with like Bill Simmons on the podcast, Colt Grossberry and the Cousins, they're like, listen, I love Daryl. He's meant so much to the game. One of the things they did criticize him for was he relied too much on analytics. In other words, you got Jared McCain maybe the personnel side would say, you know what? Maybe we should keep this guy, even though the analytics said, I got the 22nd pick for this guy. That's good value. I'm going to trade him.
Right.
Even though you probably should have kept him, and the 22 pick is good value for Jared McCain. Like, it is good value for Jared. To get Jared McCain, a 22nd pick and 3 second-round picks, like, you did get a good return for him.
The fans don't want to hear that because the fans see Jared McCain, bombing threes in the playoffs for OKC, and they're like, that could have been our guy.
And he was a popular figure in your locker room, and your team wanted to keep him, and your team liked him. And Darryl didn't see that aspect of it. But
Right.
I think what Goldsberry and Bill Simmons and the NBA circles are looking at that the fans don't is the fans just said, I can't connect with this guy. I don't like this guy. Analytics be damned. I don't like this guy. And they're saying, and then you have this other island of people that were like, he's so overrated. He's never won anything. And the won anything is subjective. He never won a championship. The guy's all he's – now, he was an idiot for saying, I'm really good at this winning thing. The purpose of that was saying, look, I've been an executive for 20 years. I've had 1 losing seasons. My teams are always good, and you're trying to tell me I'm overrated and my team stinks.
But that goes back to, like, for example, anytime anyone says the wrong thing, you're going to criticize them. You're going to latch onto it. Like, Evan Cohen brought up yesterday with you here on
But that's his
the show.
awkwardness. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's his awkwardness, but I mean...
Maury's awkwardness.
Right. Yes, Maury's awkwardness. But, like, at the same time, there is a line between awkwardness and having a little self-awareness. Like, for me...
I don't think he has the self-awareness. That's the problem. And one of the things Bill Simmons... Goldsberry said to Simmons, you should have him host a podcast on The Ringer. And Simmons says, I don't know that I want to do that because he has no self-awareness. He doesn't have the ability to be self-aware of things that he says, and he'll just start opening up a can of worms and get himself in trouble.
Like, for example, one of the things that you and I have debated about is my perception of Dave Dombrowski. I think Dave Dombrowski is a tone-deaf, pompous schmuck. But you will bring up to me, well, he can kind of, he's allowed to be because he's won World Series. He's got a multiple team to the championship game. So there's an element of he's kind of given a little rope to be that
Well,
way.
and I've said about Dombrowski is that, yes, he did it not at one-time shot. He did it in multiple locations. He did it in spots, too, that were none of them were known for winning.
Miami,
Detroit, and Boston.
Well, he resurrected Boston. Don't forget, Boston was in a bad spot when he got there. He had to resurrect them.
Right, and he wins a title in a place in Boston that, well, they had won titles before that.
No, but
they
they were in a bad situation because they were several years removed from the Theo Epstein era because Epstein went to Chicago. And that guy, Ben Cherington, came in, and he did a horrible job succeeding.
Yeah, so my point has always been Dombrowski has gone to 3 different spots at 3 different eras.
Before he got to Philadelphia.
And yes, has always kind of won. So, and as I always said, Dombrowski doesn't get fired. You don't just say, Dave, you're fired. It's a part ways type of thing. It's, Dave, we're not going to fire you.
Right,
It's
Dave's
time
going to
move
resign.
on. Yes. So he has got to that point. And I think, I kind of think that's where Darryl was at too, where they part ways, but they kind of elbowed him out the door. I don't know. It's just a funny dynamic because we're going to hear Danny Briere, and it's just funny how Danny Briere is likable. People like Danny Briere.
But Danny Briere is also the guy who gets up at a press conference and he doesn't come off as a know-it-all. He doesn't come off as, this guy who's going to tell you how the world works.
Do we think that Nick Sirianni has ever recovered from his opening press?
No.
And he won a Super Bowl.
Correct.
And yet he can't recover. The fans are so... Now, the only guys who really have recovered,
Charlie Manuel
recovered
You're not
from...
the same
Right.
one.
Well, he did. I mean, he was hated. Nobody wanted him. He was the bumbling idiot. And then they won a World Series, and then he was beloved.
Forever.
He's about one of the only guys...
Doug Peterson's another one.
Peterson
was made fun of for... I remember his first year. We used to have conversations about Peterson can't put a sentence together. He constantly says, He doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. Why is he making these... He went from being kind of like Charlie Manuel. Maybe not as extreme, but just, this guy doesn't know what he's doing to being, He won a and then remember when he was fired, people were screaming from the rooftops, how can you fire the guy who won your first Super Bowl championship?
Yeah. But
those
Charlie
are the only two
Manuel
I could think
is
of.
really, and Howie Roseman, not for the press conferences, people have completely
Yes, he has completely
180'd on him.
revolutionized how he's viewed. He went from being the dweeb who we need a football guy, doesn't know anything about football, to being basically and Howie we trust.
Very, very difficult to find anybody out there that doesn't like Howie Roseman at this point. And credit to many, not all, who have said, hey, I used to criticize Howie and I came around. Not everybody.
Billy Schweim's one of them. Billy Schweim was very overt. He was like, I used to rip Howie. I used to hate on that guy, and I'm a convert.
Yeah, and listen, I think, the dynamics between the Sixers and the Flyers right now, a lot of it has to do with the likability of who's in charge. And I'm wondering if Bob Myers is likable enough to win people back over. That remains to be seen. I think that's part of the thing here is Bob Myers seemingly is a more likable guy right off the bat.
Because people perceive him as a winner. So everything he does is now perceived under, and I hate saying it this way, sports fans are like cats, okay? Cats you don't pick your cat. The cat picks you. Sports fans are very much the same way. Sports fans will predetermine who you are before you do anything. And because Bob Myers has been predetermined to be a champion and a winner, and he looks good on television, that people are like, that's a winner. That's what a championship executive is supposed to look and sound like.
He's got a slick look. He's got a great bouffant of hair.
Great hair.
Whereas Morey, who is a high-level executive, shows up wearing a T-shirt. He's a very sloppy dresser.
Yeah.
His hair's always disheveled. He just seems like they just found him at what was the name of the arcade at at the Hamilton Mall, the Spaceport. He was playing video games at Spaceport. Like, hey, man, you want to run the Sixers? Yeah, sure. I mean, he just didn't look the part. And whether that matters or not, it shouldn't. But I think that was one of the problems is people just could not connect with Morey, and therefore he could not win people over. And it has all boiled over to this moment where people are down on them, but up on the Sixers. But before we go, I do want to play this one thing. The one thing that Josh Harris said today that I thought stood out the most outside of everything else in this press conference today. Here's what Josh Harris said that I thought should be highlighted the most.
Joel, we win as a team, we lose as a team. Bob said it's not one player. I think putting all the focus on one player is the wrong place to be. I think that he's an important player on our roster, and he's a warrior, and he's also some of the things that you said are also true. So I think we're gonna we're looking forward to welcoming him back on our team.
We're looking forward to welcoming Joel back on our team. Does that automatically mean they are not exploring a trade for Joel Embiid? That they are looking forward to welcoming him back? He's a warrior. Those were the words of the owner. All right, you're going to hear what Danny Briere had to say about the Flyers season. That's coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:33. You heard from the Sixers brass. Now, what about the Flyers brass? Where are they going? Kevin Durso is in the house. We heard from Rick Tocchet yesterday. Today, Danny Briere. Some of the highlights from Tocchet really focused around the future of Matvei Michkov. And today, Danny Briere speaking on where this team needs to go next. We have our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso, to kind of break down some of the audio today from Danny Briere. So Josh cut up a bunch of different bites from Danny B that he felt were kind of the key components, and Durso and I will kind of react to it. But I do want to get your take on Rick Tocchet yesterday and some of the things that he had to say about Michkov and his future here. What was your take on Tocchet, who got asked a ton of questions? It seems that everybody is really focused in on Michkov's future here. What was your takeaway from Tocchet?
That I think he did a good job of what I said he needed to do, or what the organization needed to do, which was turn down the temperature a little bit. At least give the perception that you're going to find a way to make this work. And that's what it sounded like he was doing. He sounds like he believes in him as a player, thinks that the potential is still there, thinks that there's obviously a role for him going forward, praised him for being willing to get right back to work, expects him to have a big offseason, all of that kind of stuff. And really that's what it comes down to. So it's a good first step. The rest of the work is going to be done kind of behind closed doors now, until we see everybody again somewhere down the line, closer to training camp and everything like that. But that's where the real work will begin. I don't think there's anything crazy going to happen with him this offseason. I think that right now everybody knows there's a commitment to making this work, at least for now, until you go further down the line in his young career. And it certainly is too early to talk about a 21-year-old and say we're giving up. So good on Tocchet for kind of quieting that down.
All right, so we'll see Tocchet and Michkov's future together or someplace else. Now, let me ask you this before we get to Danny B. Mm-hmm. Do you think that it is possible that they could trade Michkov this offseason?
I wasn't completely sure going into this week with these press conferences. Now I feel a little bit better that the answer to that is they will not trade him. I think that there's been a clear commitment to he's important to this. He had a rough season. It's part of the process, and we have to let the process evolve. He's very much committed to being as good as he can be. I think he's learned some things. I think that's what the message has been, is that he learned a valuable lesson from the way his season went. So I don't think that they are giving up on him just 2 seasons into his NHL career and going to send him somewhere else. I think he'll definitely be a Flyer at least next season for sure.
Okay, so Josh, let's hear some of the Danny Briere stuff here.
Well, too, when Kevin Durso was making that point, I wanted to play one of the points because he was asked Danny Briere a couple times about Michkov, and he pointed out to the fact that Michkov is not very that unsimilar from other players who have become stars.
You look at players, even really star players, not too many of them, and other maybe than Crosby and McDavid and maybe now Celebrini. There's not too many guys where the arrow has been pointing up the whole time. You're going to go through some ups and downs. I know I did in my career, and it's how he's going to adapt to it, how he's going to get himself back up from it. But I think he's a smart man, and we'll figure that out.
So, Durso, the question I would have off of that, does he see, because he had, a 63-point season last year, he went down this year. Do you look at a guy who took a step back and can trend back up, or did you see more this year that worries you?
At the beginning, sure. I liked his second half a lot. I think that he applied himself at the Olympic break, which is a big deal as well. It seemed like he was on a mission for that second half to be more of what's on par. Realistically, you take his numbers from this season. He had 20 goals, 51 points in the regular season. And if you take away the brief period of time at the end of his rookie season where John Tortorella was no longer his head coach, the numbers were identical from his rookie season to his first season under Tocchet. They were exactly the same: 20 goals, 31 assists, 51 points. And he tore it up in the last 9 games of the regular season as a rookie with no real pressure, no real instruction, just go play. A lot of people think that's what's going to unlock him as a player. I think that this season is kind of telling for the struggles, for coming in out of shape, that this is probably the floor for him, and it can only get better as he continues to evolve and adapt his game to the North American style and become more familiar with the way things are in the North American game. He wasn't even supposed to be here yet, and he's 2 years into this. So it really actually just speeds the timeline up, but there's more of a learning curve that needs to go along with it.
All right. What else we got?
So a couple of questions that were asked to Danny Briere about the offseason. And I wanted to start with one that I feel like every time I've had Kevin Durso on with me that he has brought up, because Briere was asked about, hey, how do you feel about this offseason? And Briere basically kind of let on that the problems they've had in past years still need to be addressed at two specific positions.
Last summer, we had said goalie, probably in that mix. I think we have to give credit there to our goalies. They were excellent. We'd like to improve probably everywhere else. The center position, we've talked about the center position before. That's probably still there. Although, it was interesting to see Zegras play there down the stretch. He performed well and into the playoffs. Denver Barkey stepped up and played a couple games in the middle as well. So the center position is something that we're probably going to look at. If we could, improve on defense, we're going to look at that too. So like I said, not much has changed.
Not much has changed. The center spot here is interesting because they signed Dvorak, and that was kind of a hint at what they thought of that position moving forward, was it not?
It is. What the thing that I take from that answer more than anything is the mention of Denver Barkey trying out center. That's his first time playing center as a pro. So he played it in juniors to some extent, but really he's been primarily a winger, and they gave him a shot there. To me, it sounds like trying to improve at these positions comes down to what the market is going to look like. We already know the free agent market is not great this offseason. The trade market is kind of an unknown until you really get into the thick of things, a lot closer to the bulk of free agency and draft activity and things like that when teams are really putting their teams together. And if there's not much of a market there to go out and get something that improves you really effective immediately, their ongoing goal is to improve from within and try to figure out where they can unlock the most potential from some of the guys that they have. Is there somebody that we haven't even talked about yet who's a fairly recent draft pick who could come in and be ready to play next season? They'll have development camp and training camp to figure that out, but they have to explore the possibility of these markets being open to something that's out there that is an immediate improvement, not just something that keeps the line moving and falls in the same vein as, say, a Christian Dvorak.
All right, Josh, what else we got?
Was interesting is he mentioned how last offseason they were concerned about the goaltending, not so much anymore. So he was asked a little bit about Dan Vladar, and I think the verbiage of this is very interesting because he gives you a bit of a timeline, Mike and Kevin, about what Vladar's future looks like in Philadelphia.
He really took over and earned more starts. And to see him, I think he had 52 starts or 52 games he played in, I think, this year, which exceeded his previous number by a lot. So that gives you confidence because of the way he played in the playoffs too. He didn't slow down, and he was just as good or even better in the playoffs. So that was really exciting to see. And yeah, it makes us believe that he could be the answer here for hopefully a few more years.
I think as we talked the other day, Kevin, most people look at Vladar as almost 100% to come back. And he joked that, hey, make sure you let them know, that I want to come back.
Yeah, so there's three things I take away from this. One is not in the clip, and one is an answer from Vladar from earlier in his availability this week too. So Briere, before giving that part of the answer, said with Sam Ersson, yeah, we need to still evaluate that. So that's an indication that they don't have a complete answer for you behind Vladar, but that answer says that they're looking to extend Vladar for sure. Vladar also said for the workload, said that had he not been banged up slightly in the Pittsburgh series, and he played well from there to still maintain if he was hurting, depending on the level, to the degree of hurting, but said the injury from the Pittsburgh series is keeping him from going to world championships. So in his mind, he was going to continue to play despite setting career highs in appearances. So I think that tells you that he feels like he can continue to handle that workload as well. So To me, that's why I'm saying Briere's answer at the end there about for hopefully a few more years says he's coming back beyond just next season. And Vladar certainly seems like he can handle the workload. And then the earlier part of that before the clip that we just played, where Briere says still evaluating with Sam Harrison, that kind of tells me there's still something to do at the goaltending position.
If I could circle back to the end, because he said the next few years. He didn't say, for years to come. He was very semi-specific about that timetable, Kevin. Is that to you a kind of a bit of an unspoken signal that the Flyers are keeping their eyes to their prospects?
Absolutely. And for me, I think that the answer there, if you're going to extend him, he's already got the 1 year left for next season. If you're going to extend him beyond that, I think you're looking at a 3 to 4 year deal where the goal of that deal is that he's not your starter for the next 4 to 5 seasons with the 1 year left on this current contract, that he's eventually your number 2 behind one of these prospects, but he still can be a valuable part of this goaltending tandem. You still need 2 good guys. I think they feel like he can be that for a long time, not just for the next year or 2.
Now, there was a comment that Briere made at the end of the press conference that might have gotten overlooked by some people, because he talks about that the current free agent class, yeah, they have more salary cap space, but Mike and Kevin, I want you guys to react to this. He kind of admits that the free agent class is not set up the way the Flyers thought it was going to be set up this offseason.
I know we've seen a couple guys like the top guys of the McDavids and Austin Matthews take shorter deals. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm not sure that there's one way or the other yet, but we thought there'd be more guys available for free agency this year, and there's actually less, and a lot of guys took the security.
Yeah, this isn't surprising to me. We kind of knew they were throwing a lot of eggs in the free agency basket for who was in this class, and then most of them have already re-upped with their teams, whether it is one of those shorter term deals like McDavid got or something that's longer term. I'm thinking of contracts that Jack Eichel signed or Kirill Kaprizov or somebody like that. Those were guys that the Flyers were certainly going to look into if they made it to market, and they never did.
Yeah, and you would know this obviously a lot better than someone like me, but do you look at this free agent class and say, hey, the Flyers are ready to take that next jump, and there's some guys that can help them get there?
Yeah, not really. I feel like it's more of, so if you're going to look at the Travis Konechny's of the world and talk about the good, not great players, that's a lot of what the free agent class this year is. So if you're looking to fill out, like I can see you going out there and trying to find complementary, hey, Sean Couturier fit a role now that you didn't think he was going to fit at the beginning of last season. He's playing realistically fourth line, but they don't categorize it sometimes. But either way, I need another guy who can play kind of the grinding minutes. I don't want to put a 19-year-old there. Understood. You go and sign one of these guys if you can get them at an affordable deal. But otherwise, you're not taking one of these guys from free agency and suddenly throwing him into your top 6. I don't think that's part of the equation.
But Kevin, I would ask, because I know some Flyer fans out there have said this, the idea that you just lost to a team that's got a lot of B plus players, not a bunch of A players. So can you build out a team similar to what Carolina did with this free agent class?
I don't think with this class, there's not anybody who makes me go crazy over who's in the class. When I look at Carolina too, Carolina's skill set, if you're going to build it out and say, we don't have a number, one of these type of superstars like a McDavid or a Matthews or anything like that, but we've got a good collective unit, and the basis of it is that we're a hard forechecking team and we're fast. The Flyers aren't really there yet either with some of these guys. Maybe down the road, some of these players will develop into that and be closer to that. But right now, I don't think the sum of the parts on the Flyers is going to be the sum of the parts on Carolina for several years, unless you start to add more significant pieces to the puzzle.
All right, so you see what they have right now. You see what this offseason could look like. Do you anticipate then this team going from kind of mid-tier to that next tier, or is that too aggressive of expectations?
I don't think it's crazy. I think that you have to consider the fact that you're going into next season with certain players you didn't have for the full season. and think that that's going to be an improvement. Like I think it's telling that Porter Martone's another one who immediately jumped from, yeah, I don't care that I was just in the playoffs. I want to go play at World Championships too. And he's 19 and he's going to just run around and keep playing because that's what he wants to do. I can't wait to see a full season from him to see what that looks like. To that extent, I can't wait to see a full season from some of these other younger guys and see whether or not there's that next step or a step back. I think that's really going to be a primary determination of whether or not they take a full-on step. It's hard to go, and expectations with this team now are a little harder than before. When you weren't expected to make the playoffs, you make the playoffs. That's great. Now the expectation, and Briere said as much, making the playoffs is important here. Most of the players are going to feel like now they got a taste. They want to get back. I don't know that you can throw the exact same expectations on the team completely, because getting to the playoffs is one thing, and then winning a round to say they have to win a round, it's not so cut and dry. We've seen the Flyers played more games realistically than two cup contenders that we would look at and say, absolutely, they're a team that we would think has a shot to win a Stanley Cup this year, next year, whatever. Dallas got knocked out in the first round, and Tampa Bay got knocked out in the first round. And if you would have said that at the beginning of the year, the Flyers would be playing
a lot of this,
later.
though, to be fair, is because of the wonky playoff system.
It is. Oh, it is. In Tampa's case, it really is the kind of the way that the playoffs go. They get bested by a goalie in Game 7 on home ice, and you don't think that that's going to happen. The Dallas one is absolutely the playoff structure. I will certainly give you that. But then again, you see, Minnesota's another team that was considered a cup contender. They end up going up against a team like Colorado. They ended up with one more win than you did. And again, if you would have said that at the beginning of the year, all things considered, a lot of people would have accepted that, but that's the randomness of the playoffs going in with making it. I think your goal has to be making it again, because all along they've said this isn't supposed to be 1 year in, 1 year out. It's supposed to be consistent. So that's to me the goal.
For the people out there, if the NHL did the playoffs the way that they used to in the NBA does, 1 versus 8, Philly would have played Carolina in the first round.
Right, and that's the other part of it for me.
And then you're talking about a team that got swept in the first round. So the feel-good story wouldn't have been as feel-good.
And that's where I'm talking about with the expectations. Making the playoffs should be an expectation. You want to take steps to improve, but there's always the chance that enough teams in the division make some level of improvement that you end up 4th in the division, not 3rd. You're a wild card, and guess what? You're playing Carolina in the first round next year too. So that's the risk of this, of trying to sit there and say, hey, getting to the second round and winning a couple games this time or something like that is a must for the expectations. You got to curb it a little bit with the playoffs.
He's Kevin Durso, at Kevin_Durso. Follow him for all the Flyers offseason news. We'll be all over it here on the Sports Bash with him. Durso, thanks, buddy.
You got it. Thanks, Mike.
All right, there's Kevin Durso. We'll wrap up the show coming up next. All right, 5:57, get ready to wrap up the show tonight. Thanks to Durso for jumping on board there, to Checo for football at 4. By the way, the full Eagles schedule is out, and the schedule release is coming up tonight, but I got it for you now. Week 1, Commanders. Week 2, Titans. Week 3, Monday Night Football against the Bears. Week 4, Rams. Week 5, London against the Jaguars. Week 6, Carolina at home. Week 7, Monday night against the Cowboys. Week 8, Sunday night against the Commanders. Week 9, the New York Giants. Week 10, bye week. I like the bye being in Week 10. Week 11, Steelers. Week 12, Thanksgiving, Cowboys. Week 13, the Colts. Week 14, the Cardinals. Week 15, Saturday night against the Seahawks. Week 16, Christmas Eve against the Texans. Week 17, Sunday Night Football against the 49ers. And Week 18 against the Giants. Good night.